Hello, hello. Dzień dobry. How's it going today? I'm early. Don't tell anyone. Shh. But if you're watching on YouTube, you won't know that. But I'm like an hour early today. Because I don't know, I woke up earlier and was like, whatever. I gotta go back to sleep, or I could just get up. I went to bed a bit early, so it kind of, it evens out, right? We press play to boost the streaming pool. There we go. All right. Today, we're going to finish up with the lore books. I then have to fix a couple of things with dialogue that includes the implementation of the lore book to Spoon's dialogue, right? And rewarding of that. And I'd like to, if we have the time, I'd like to overhaul the... I'm echoing? Are you watching me on two devices? Echoing? Are you sure? Hold on. Let me do this to test it. You're HIV positive, okay. I'm pulling up my stream. No, I'm not echoing. I'm not echoing. Reload your stream or something. It's completely fine on my end. Yes, it's not on my end. I don't know what would be causing that, so yeah. As I was saying, we are going to fix Spoon's dialogue, but I also want to overhaul the rewarding narrative event, because right now it can only reward ingredients, and I'd like to reward junk, the books, the potions, things like that. So if we can get that set up, that would be great. And oh, there was a bug too with Spoon's dialogue that I found while playtesting on Friday, where if you give him a fear potion for Thief 1, the encounter Thief 1, the secondary potion, if it includes fear in it, it's supposed to prevent the bandit leader from talking, so Spoon doesn't learn where his gold is stored. And we need to accommodate for that, because right now we don't. I realized I had done that hoping that it would do something, but it didn't. So I must have desired to do something and we don't. I wrote down a solution though, because I was trying to think of a solution to it. The issue is that we only check if you provide the paralyze or not. And for fear, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, if you don't provide paralyze, then it's not going to work out anyway. If you do provide paralyze and fear, we need to accommodate for that. And that's where we need to write in some custom stuff for it. So we'll be doing that too. But I'd like to, at least before we start writing the lore books and filling it out with lore, to fix the inputs with them, because right now we just have close and turn page. And that's really that's not great. Or fuck inputs. Because we were planning to do it via widgets anyway, right? Where you click on, you know, you have the page here, right? Boink, and then you have some widgets near the bottom that allow you to turn page. We can think about that. You know, maybe we'll fix the bug first, since that'll prepare us for the rest of the shit we need to do. Okay. Let me think about this. If you don't provide paralyze, it doesn't matter if fear is provided at all. So the only time we care is if we provide the paralyze potion, which would be Thief 2A, and we provide fear, in which case the poison wasn't perfect. We even omit a response, which might be for fear. No, we omit frenzy. Hey, Dylan Plays. Game looks awesome. Nice to see someone else doing confusing stuff. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I have to do some lore work today, and our dialogue system is crazy. Just a couple weeks ago, we were adding some more dialogue to one of the encounters here, and it kind of just balloons out of control. You look for people to write book content? Potentially, though. Potentially. Here's the thing: if we actually include too many NPCs and too much lore into our first playable build, it could dilute the rest of the game's content, and it would give a poor representation of the gameplay percentages I'm trying to aim for. So I want just enough, but not too much, even though it's easier content than maybe making a whole new system in the open world, right? This is making me not want to put dialogue in my game. Well, I don't know what your game's gonna look like. I don't know if you're gonna have like branching dialogue and choices that get saved and things like that. If you are, I highly recommend the Narrative Tales plugin or Unreal. If not, you can probably get away with something simpler. Okay, I need to accommodate for fear. I wrote down maybe change paralyzed check to instead work off of a choice for whether Spoon has success. Spoon is the name of our goblin. Has successfully learned where his gold is. Would that matter though? I don't think it would matter. I think we would just put a check here for 2A. And instead of doing a response to fear. Well, no, we would have to push the player into 2B. Yeah, we would have to push the player into 2B because 2B is the encounter that leads to Spoon not knowing where his gold is. So even though technically you can only get it by providing the paralysis effect, we have to push the player into not having the paralysis effect. So yeah, we need to overhaul that into a saved choice. Game is open world survival, zombie survival game, not completely mission based, but it will still have missions. So I don't know how much dialogue I want, but I'm more than likely going to need it. I think you could get away without spending, in this case, $300 on a dialogue system, even though it is worth it. You're not planning to have all that branching RPG-like dialogue necessarily, so nah. In my opinion, I don't think you're gonna need something that crazy. And a custom system is pretty easy to develop. Well, I guess it depends. It depends on your skill set, right? Where am I looking? Oh yeah, okay, so NPC data. We're gonna go into Thief and add a choice. Thief learns where stash is. Thief 1. Or we'll do Spoon learns where stash is Thief 1, since that references the encounter. And the default value will be false. Thank you for the follow, Dylan. I appreciate it, man. In a solo dev, everything is hard to do. Yeah, it is, man. So what you're doing now is crazy. Takes a long time. I remember the old Unreal 4.0. There was like an old, maybe I can find it. It's still up on YouTube. Unreal 4.0 door blueprint tutorial. I remember distinctly this was just original Unreal 4.0. This was the first. It might have been something like this, I don't know, but it was something like that where that was already the maximum of my ability. That was pushing me. It's like, oh my god, I don't know how you do this interact. What? Day by day though, right? Okay, I need to overhaul then the encounter of Thief 1 to instead have a potion outcome. Now, because these execute in order, I can do an override. So if provided effect of E paralyze on secondary potions. Getting really good at everything now. Loads of practice, but man, my brain hurts. Practice is what does it. I know one of the previous games I worked at, they didn't really want designers in engine, which was kind of frustrating. So we'll do provided effect E paralyze secondary potions, updates the choice to true. I'll add in another one then, which is provided effect E fear. Spoon learns where his stash is, false. Hey Sujina, time zones are really cool. You're on Thursday already. I am in. Oh, it's Monday. What are you talking about? Don't trick me like that. So in spawn control for 2A and 2B, I'll change the paralyze into a choice. Spoon learns where his stash is. True. Dragon Age Cringe Guard Thursday. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I do have to. Apparently, I went to buy it, or I bought the What am I thinking of? EA Play Pro. But I bought it in Poland. And through a complete luck, I learned that that was probably going to result in me only being able to play the game in Polish, which is not going to be workable. So I either need to buy the game from the region that the store is in, which would be in the US, or I have to buy EA Play Pro from the US. I want to purchase the whole game. I'd rather play, get EA Play Pro for a month. Watching those Minecraft videos? No, I haven't yet. I've been way too busy on weekends. Been doing work stuff. I met with friends, and then I've been doing work stuff. Been a very, very wild set of weekends. Ages ago? Trusting me to remember what happened more than 1 week ago is quite generous. Actually, have to get up early? We'll take care then. Okay, 2B spawns if Spoon learns where his stash is, Thief 1 false. And then we need to check 2D. That only checks if we've killed Bandit Leader with potions. So that should be good. And then on 2B, not 2A. I know both Korra and Avatar, but I could never finish with Korra because I felt that it was just not very good. My hot take. Oh boy, okay. So this is for the main potion. We don't care about this. What we care about is leading into the secondary potion. We need to have an override in place. Or if the player provided the fear effect. And it would only be up here. Okay, I think I know where to handle it. As you can see, our dialogues are just a little complex, and it's a lot to manage. An ability plugin called Project Korra lets you bind abilities to your hotbar. Whatever happened to people just playing Minecraft with applied energistics and mechanism, thermal foundation? Okay, this needs to be Spoon learns where stash is, Thief 1. No, this needs to be a provided effect, encounter, Thief 1. Fear. Not equal. Technically, that should say fear not provided in secondary potions. I need to fix that. Oh, okay, well, we could use false roll too. That's true. We'll just do a false rule on that. So this will only play if we didn't provide fear in the secondary potion. And we need the same thing here. However, if we did provide fear in the secondary potion, then we need to have an overriding dialogue bit. Okay, and in the first case, it's that we know that he wanted it to interrogate the leader, so he's going to say that. The second one is where we don't know that, so he might not be, well, as upset, but he'll still be upset. Hey, Dremox. You know, I was there to interrogate their leader.
FBI, open up!
Don't shoot! Oh, they're sniffing me. I was there to interrogate their leader. Damn, wrong one. You were trying to play the fart. Just what did you put in that potion? We're gonna unhook this. And I will also remove the fear response. Beef 1. Secondary potion effect responses for fear. Delete that. Now the dog sniffs some FBI agent's ass. You know, as they're interrogated later, just what did you put in that potion? His eyes went real wide and he seemed so afraid of me that he couldn't say a thing. What would this have to lead into? I could lead it into here. I think that would be fitting narratively. But I would also appreciate, well, the player can apologize here. So we'll do two. We'll do if you knew that in this specific case you knew that he was there to interrogate the leader. And so providing fear on that potion probably wasn't the greatest move. Why did he seem so afraid of me that he couldn't say a thing? We'll give the player an option to deny it. Even though the player, definitely did it. Say I'm so sorry. I included a fear effect on the potion, but I didn't know this would happen. Isn't there one where you can say that you sabotaged him? Hey, Bless 3D. We could lead into this. Or just copy and do something similar. Maybe you could say that you purposefully set him up, right? I was trying to sabotage you on purpose. You stupid little goblin. We use italics here. Is that safe to use? I have to check. That might actually not be compatible with. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I'll fix it later. Whatever. Let's not get sidetracked here. We are doing quite a bit of work today. I realized we had an error with handling fear in our first encounter. It's supposed to prevent Spoon from. It's supposed to prevent the bandit leader from talking about where the hidden gold or the stolen gold is. But we never implemented that. I was playtesting on Friday, and I was like, well, that's not supposed to be that way. So I need to fix that real quick, and then we can implement the lore books and other rewards into dialogue. Alright, robot, we just changed to winter time. My mental clock is foobar. Wait, when does... Wait. Did the whole world? Is that when the... Wait, moves an hour ahead. Wait, so, okay, so I woke up at about 6:30. Did I wake up 2 hours too soon, or did I wake up at 7:30, but we had removed an hour? I can never understand which is which. So my body woke up thinking it was 7:30, but it was actually 6:30, and I was like, what the fuck happened? I had no idea that was happening. Weird. Okay. Why the fuck are we time traveling? It was so weird. I'm like, I never do this. I mean, I never do this unless I drink a lot the night before, because then my whole body's off, and usually I'm really thirsty and I wake up like 3 hours before I should wake up. It's like, I didn't drink anything last night, so why am I waking up at 6:30? Weird. There isn't. I need to write this down. Hold on. Issue with italics. There's probably an issue with italics and bold. I'll explain that when I want to fix that. Where do you keep all these notepads? What do you mean? I keep it right here. Or next to me. I can't remember anything. I'm an alcoholic, so I forget everything easily. You actually removed daylight savings and are encouraging all member states to do so? Why? Trying to be economically unviable to change the time zone and has negative health effects? Weird. The hell you mean, human? Yeah, we'll do one response here, and then the other one can be that it'll lead into you telling him to fuck off. Being ugly is economically unviable. True. True, true. But I do it anyway. That's right. Be ungovernable. Made sense back in the day when electricity wasn't a thing and people had to wake up and manually go and light up the gas lamps in the street. You mean I shouldn't be lighting gas lamps on the street for my neighbors? Sorry, it was a cruel joke, Spoon. I didn't expect that effect to harm his ability to speak. Oh. Triangle hand? What the fuck are you talking with? What is all this brain rot? You guys have watched TikTok? Because I don't. I don't have TikTok, I don't have Facebook, I don't have Instagram. And yet I'm still brain rotted. Yeah. Exactly. Probably because I fart and sniff my own farts. But they just too good. I have no idea where my gold is. You're changing one small thing and then your whole game freaks out and breaks. Yeah. You know, this is not even the most complex. This is not even the complexity that we're going to need to have for our dialogue. Because consider this. I don't want effects to be known when the player collects an ingredient. It's all just going to be question marks until you discover those effects. So how are your responses going to be when something happens but you didn't know that you included an effect on the potion. Do you think about how your design choices impact complexity? To a certain extent, although I didn't think that it would go this deep. I had never written, you know, like RPG-like dialogue before. In fact, none of the games I've ever worked on professionally have had dialogues like this, or anything even close to it. Darkest Dungeon didn't have any of it. The train game didn't have any of it, and Forever Skies, I didn't work there on that. Ever consider changing it to limit the work you need and refactoring what's done? I think that our dialogue responsiveness is going to be one of our unique selling points. So I'd prefer not to. I'd prefer to double down on this and do this correctly, because I think that it will be one of the more desirable and enjoyable things on our project. Come up with a forecast for how long the entirety of all dialogues would take. It's going to depend on how complex one NPC is and how much time I felt like it'll take. It's going to depend. It's certainly a lot of time, though. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of organization. And then it has to be tested, right? When you're writing dialogues for a year. Well, I wouldn't be doing it. I would have somebody else writing the dialogues. I just need to write one now so that I can pass this off to a narrative designer, and they can either make a better estimation, they can write an NPC and tell me about how long they think it's going to take, and then we can use that estimation to determine budget and scope of the game, right? They're gonna be spoon level? No, they don't need to be spoon level. Some of them could be a lot simpler. Yeah. With short stature and bloated gut. But I think that Spoon's... The complexity of Spoon's dialogue is for sure our... Maybe we could call it our... you know, like our vanguard NPCs, right? Like the ones that are up front. These are the ones that we use to sell the game. These are the ones that matter the most. Although I think this Spoon isn't really that. I don't think he's that. Let's just put it that way. IDs and permissions are switching between users? Oh my god. It'll lead there. And then we have one more, which will be... I have no idea what could have done that. Maybe he had a reaction or something. You're gonna go. Take care, Brent. A reaction? I'd sure as fuck say. Because of you, my torture session didn't work at all. Okay. Okay, and this will lead all the way down into here too. Okay, and this one will be so complex. I'm actually glad that we fixed up. Oh, we didn't. Oh no, it's fine. I see empty dialogue. These are actually fine. These get skipped by the system. Oh my god. Raptor, please. Are you out of points, Huge Cookie? What was it made of fart? It wasn't your farts. Has my channel just attracted all the fart fetishes? You're out of points? Okay, I'll play a fart for you. There you go. You're not out of points, you liar. I know we didn't talk about it, but I needed to interrogate their leader. You didn't interrogate someone. But the moment he drank what you gave me, he couldn't say a word. What did you put on there? These can actually just lead into the same things. This now just gives us information that we didn't have previously. And we'll need to save the choice that the player learns about the bandits. That should fix the problem. It should then, if we put fear, it should force Dialogue Thief to be, no matter if we provide a paralysis or not. And main potion is normal. But if we provide secondary potions, which leads up to here, and we provide fear down to here, we have the overriding dialogue, and then it ties back into that encounter story. Hopefully that works. Okay. Issue with italics, bold, and dialogue. The issue with that is that we use... I should just remove it, because it's going to be too much work to fix. We use a rich text data table to change the color, which the player can do through the options. Unfortunately, the italics will override the rich text color because it's a whole separate line. I could make, well, no, I'll just remove it. It is the safest option. There's probably a couple places where that happens, but I wouldn't be able to search for it. Okay. Next up on our list, they say you can't do italic in a color. You can. The problem is that each time I change this setting option for dialogue font color, it's actually just changing the rich text we're using, the row name. Italic is a separate row name that is probably defaulting to black for the color. So I'd have to do a little bit of work behind the scenes to detect if we're using black, white, black with white outline, white with black outline, and have 4 separate rich text rows to accommodate for that if we wanted to do italic or bold. It's just kind of... Is it worth it for the 2 or 3 spots that I use italics or bold with Spoon? Probably not. Could we fix it in the future? Yeah, we probably could. Love the style? Whose style? I appreciate it though. Where is reward? Reward player. Oh, the game? Yeah, we wanted to go for just bright and vibrant. Something just, I guess, relaxing, easy to get into. But it can still, get a bit, I don't know, colorful. Well, I guess less colorful if you do that, or... nighttime with the rain. Ignore the fact that you hear crickets. Those should go away. Now, voice acting your game? I would like to, but it is quite expensive. So we have budgeted for it. But we'll have to see if a publisher would be able to accommodate for it. Yeah, it is very expensive to do voice acting. Down to do it for free, never done it before, but I'd try. We're gonna need at least, I want at least 1 voice character in the prototype. Change 1 line late in dev and you're fucked. That's usually why voice acting is done last once you finalize text and but yeah, it is annoying. Do the voice in first release. We can connect up about voices. Our system should allow us to throw voices into dialogue without much problem. Getting lip syncing though, that's going to be a very, very separate issue. Promise I'm not a high-pitched kid just hitting puberty. No, I don't think quality of voice acting is going to matter too much to publishers for first playable. They just need to know that we plan to do it, and I think that it would elevate the game quite significantly. I need to get the nav mesh fixed on these creatures. I don't know why they're floating, but they do that sometimes. Annoying. The fuck? Mysteriously, that goes away if you change the anti-aliasing. I have no idea what causes that. But if you use TAA, that happens. But if you just switch it to TSR, oof. The dude that used for AI for all of his game last week, I'm sure he knows some professional sounding AI. Yeah, we won't be using any AI for our game. Not for the writing, not for the dialogue, not for the voice acting, not for the art. It'll be more expensive, but I think it'll also be more human and... Oh. There's also this issue. This specific potion mesh does not have a potion outside mesh, which is kind of weird. Yeah, you could use it for publishers only. Yeah, you could use it for publishers only. That's true. You're right about that. But it also, well, I don't know. I think for our case, they wouldn't mind because they know that we're not funded. For a larger studio, it could signal that they don't know what they're doing. I don't know. We'll worry about it when we come to it. Let me fix that potion mesh. Got a mesh right here. Bottle liquid stopper. Weird. Blueprints, collectible. Potion test. Publishers won't mind you using AI means less money for them to give. That is sadly true. Well, it looks fine. Look, the bottle's right here, so why was the bottle not working for this potion? Where is it? It is there. The hell? It just disappears. Do they all do that? They all do that. I wonder if it's a timing issue. No, because it's... Let me see. I see the bottle mesh right here. Is it somehow set to hidden in-game? It is. I don't know why, but the static mesh is set to hidden in-game. Problem solved. Motion stuff you're putting in world, are you going to have them all in a set spot, or are you going to have random generated BP that choose a random one to spawn in that location? So I could do either. I could have a completely random potion spawn, or I can tell the potion to be something specific and in certain locations. You know, there are things like chests around, which will generate loot randomly whenever you go to open it. In this case, we got 3 potions. A couple of them are pretty useless. There's an Essence Dram of Curing, which does Restore Essence 2 and Cure Disease 1. Some wheat and a fish hook. But I would like, you know, I have placed some around the world that I've, you know, I have generated that are going to have specific effects on them all the time. That are like reliably findable. You're doing it randomly? How does your inventory system look? I'm so lost in creating one. So right now we have 3 things that the player can collect and find. Potions, ingredients, and junk in this case. I don't have any junk on me at the moment though. There's potions, ingredients, and there'd be a separate junk panel if I had any junk with me. And then for potions, you can add them to your hotbar and throw them at things in the world. In this case, because of the restore health effect, I've restored the health of this dying tree. And get some nice ingredient spawns underneath it as a reward. And they respawn after in prototype for 48 hours of in-game time. I don't know where else I place junk. The backpacks do randomize loot. They have a chance to get some junk from them. I think that in some cases random loot's great, of course, because randomness helps to provide some... He's really going to town with that ball, isn't he? He's really playing with it. Get it! Oh, that was a good hit. Well, if you hit it in the water, you won't be able to grab it. You butterfly. Yeeting of ball. The yeeting of balls is our favorite pastime in this game for sure. Like the way it looks, they should have it with mine is it's all a weapon game. Guns and stuff like that, I would like for the guns to show up in your inventory after picking them up. Then having a weapon slot to put them in, but when I put mine in my slot, it's not triggering my animation to start. It acts like I'm holding a weapon. Are you working with Unreal? You put yours in the slot. Are you using a pre-bought inventory system? A poison of weakening. Ooh, that's a pretty good one to throw. Poison 2, weakness 2. It's a good find. All from scratch. Okay. Do you have like an event or a function that you call when you slot the gun? Yeah, Bless3D is more knowledgeable about animations than me. He'll be able to help. Alright, I fixed the potion bottle issue. I fixed this issue. There's one more that I had. I forgot what it was. Oh. Quick one to fix. In the tower, the chest collides with the wall when you open it. Calm down. Calm. Camera. There we go. I need it to not open as far. So much that I'm all confused at this time. Maybe you need to refactor it. Maybe there's just too much going on that it's time just to rewrite the code from scratch. Which nobody likes doing, but sometimes it has to be done. Put things in the slot. It fires off saying that the slot now has me in it. It shows the weapon on the player, but doesn't change my animation to holding the gun. It's just in my socket. If you have an animation blueprint, you should be able to just read, like, is the player holding something? Like, you could just do a boolean for B, is player holding something? And then you can switch to a different branch of your animation blueprint. Okay, reward. Here's the thing, if I change rewards to a different structure, oh, this could get complicated. Because we do a rewards pop-up right now, and we could allow it to work with potions, or I don't know, we could do junk potions or ingredients. In which case we could just put IDs and amounts. Yeah, I mean, you could always do, you could always use an enum too to switch between states. If you plan to have more than just holding a gun and not holding a gun. Maybe there's like holding grenade or something, I don't know. Okay, if I change rewards though, what I would have to, well, I could not remove rewards to start, and I could put like a map in of names and integers. So we could just reward that list. And then I'll go through and I'll fix all of the places where we reward the player with ingredients and update them. That should be easy because I think that we have a function already in place to determine that. Yeah, we can get type from ID and then we can switch on type. And then just reward based on the type. So that'll be really easy to handle. Let's set it up. Name, map, integer. I'll just call it reward map until, you know what, I'll just change this to rewards array. And then change this to rewards. And yeah, the commission rewards pop-up will need to be refactored completely. Although I don't think that'll be too challenging. We shall see. Where do we... Okay, so wait, we build the rewards. And what, do we only reward them when the player... Yeah, we do. It's a bad way to... That's a bad way to handle it. We'll refactor this whole widget. Cause it's a bit fucked up right now. I'll probably put in all 3 tooltip panels here and rework this to use the icons that we made, the new ones. It's a big complex, isn't it? Well, let me go through and we'll update all the dialogues where we reward the player. There's a lot of them. The good thing is we'll be able to tell where it happens because it will be orange. Like here. Can do that, delete the old array. We'll have to change the display of it. That's fine. I think that's the only reward we do in the lore loop. Mage 1 we don't, but Mage 2 I believe we do. Yeah. Alright, calm down. Okay, Snake Eye 2. Make scale 2. Spider Heart 1. Ooh, don't do that. Should be Spider Stingray at 3. Alright, that one's fixed. I shouldn't have to worry about the warrior or skeleton mage at the moment. That's just placeholder. Thief 4, Thief 5, Thief 6. I think the only times are where he can give you more spoon nuts. Although he might give you rewards prior. No, he does not. Nothing here. Beef 6, he can give you more spoon nuts. Okay, 2A, 2B, 2D, 3A, and 3B. 2A, he does have some rewards here. Hey, Siddharth. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday. And a daylight savings, I learned. Apparently that happened last night. I woke up at 6:30 and I was like, I never wake up at 6:30. Apparently daylight savings happened. It said 6:30, but it was actually 7:30, so we didn't... That's where we like gain an hour, right? Yeah, we gain an hour. So we don't feel bad. It's the one in spring where we feel bad because we lose an hour. That's the one, I think it is. Lazy Monday. If there's any day where it's going to be lazy, it is Monday. Fuck Mondays. Nobody likes Mondays. Just upon the numbers, for the 14 days after daylight savings, the average productivity loss costs roughly 500 million euros. But is it the one in spring or is it the one in... Because it can't be the one in the fall. Can you show what you're making? Like the whole game? Because right now I'm fixing up some dialogue issues that we had. I'm refactoring our rewards that we do mid-dialogue. Spring appears where... Yeah, I can imagine the spring one is the worst offender. The whole world. Okay, I can show it. Give me 1 second. Gotta make sure everywhere where we see orange here, I get it fixed. I can show you the world. I can show you our prototype world. Just note that it is a prototype level, so it's pretty small, and it's meant to be small. Yeah, okay, that looks good. And I think that's all the orange here. Yeah, it looks good. This is our world. Have a nice little lake in the center here. You can swim in it, of course. A little waterfall down some rocks, a river. A lot of forested area, since that's going to be our primary biome. A little, well, you can't really see it because there's a box in the editor over it for a specific reason. Little desert area just to show publishers that, hey, we will have more than just forest and lake biomes. We get a few sightseeing things to see here. A tower with some loot in it. Freaking good, thank you. I did not make the art assets, but of course the vertical slice will feature all handmade unique assets for the game. Hit G to hide the boxes. Will that hide these boxes though? Yeah, it won't hide these ones. These are separate. These are for our water system. It tells our water system, hey, I know that technically because you see the lake on this level, that it should also be here, but we don't want it here. And then when we start up the game, they get removed a brief second after the start. As you can see. Hey, what did I just see an error for? Narrative def has not been given a... Oh, well, whatever. That appear here too? No, just a simulate thing. We also have some buoyancy in our water too, so you know, things like these barrels I've set to float. And they'll have some loot inside of them if you break them. Oh. Yeah, if I simulate, you can't see the shaders. I've set up seasons as well, so if we want to, you know, different weather and stuff. The snow looks pretty. We use this to tell the publishers, like, hey, you know, we're gonna have weather and different seasons and stuff. And this will have gameplay effects, so, you know, being able to only harvest things during certain seasons. You know, in the winter, it's going to be harder to set things on fire, things like that. Footsteps, we won't have. There's a very unfortunate reason for that. I have different landscape materials, obviously, as you can see here. The problem is that they don't seem to like having physical materials on them. No matter what I do. So I'd have to repaint the entire world from scratch with new materials to apply the physical materials to get footsteps, and I just don't want to do that at the moment. The snow looks great. Yeah, I do like the snow as well. Print height maps? I don't. I would just use physical materials personally. Because then I can give all the meshes and landscape materials different physical mats. Jump! Ow. Bonk. No fog around mountain? There isn't currently. I could add fog though. I mean, we can have foggy weather. I just don't have any foggy weather. I guess maybe the storm probably produces some fog. Oh. I don't have any like volumetric fog around the mountains, but I could do that. Okay, that's kind of scaring me. Go back to nice weather. These really ugly looking fog cards too will be removed eventually. I use them to hide some ugly parts of the landscape in the background, but I don't need them anymore. one day at a time, right? We are at 100. Actually, today we are at 150 days of development. So, like from Nepal. I've always wanted to visit Nepal. Watch Mountain Daily and I always watch those fogs and clouds near mountain peaks. Well, I do hope we can make the mountains look good. That's for you guys, by the way. Wait, what? Did I harvest this flower? Oh, I might have done it. I didn't think I did, but I might have missed it. Yeah, that is for you guys. Having some swimming creatures will be pretty awesome for our game. I have to implement those. But we'll do that as part of the combat update. I like how they get stuck. Will we see hands? I don't know yet. I don't know enough. I don't know if I need to have that answered by prototype. That's something that will be left up to the discretion of me and whatever art director. Because, you know, I can make these decisions, but they could have a lot of... What's the word? There could be a lot of consequences down the road for that. That might affect the art in some way. Yeah, I think seeing that, especially because we have those potions, and, you know, equipping them in your hotbar and taking them out, it would be nice to see that. Hands, for sure, I would like to have. Okay, I fixed up 2A. Even when swimming, it would be nice. That'll be a budget thing, though. $2B. I don't see 2B having any rewards that the player can get. 2D should be the same. There shouldn't be any rewards here. 3A and 3B, though, both will have rewards. This is all for one NPC, by the way. Okay, there's one. There's 5 rewards. Two, and then 2 river breams cooked. Okay, and then he has some additional rewards here. Now some mushrooms. was thinking yesterday, you guys can tell me what you think of this, but I was thinking about progression in our game. And I was wondering if the player would be okay with unlocking processing stations as they progress through the early stages of the game. So when you first start out, you can't process ingredients beyond maybe like one thing, right? Like maybe cutting them up or something. But then you can unlock a station to cook, distill, ferment, grind, things like that. And this would all be within the first act of the game. That way you aren't overwhelmed with all these different processings. Okay, no more rewards here. So 3B. Change these ingredients. We did change these, didn't we? Yeah, that's not relevant anymore. Oh, and we have a reward here too. I don't know if we fixed that in 3A though. That's the spoon nut reward. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay, so just these three. Emerald ore, 2, seashell, 2, burgundy snail, 3, mint 2, river bream, cooked 2. Or seashell and snail. Oh, okay, yeah. I was wondering why these were different rewards than the 3A encounter. It's because in this case, he's robbing a general store, not in a cave. That should be everything. Yeah. Okay. This needs a big overhaul. I'm wondering if we could show hover tooltips. They're already on the screen, so I don't have to make them again. I'd be able to have all three. And I think then we do the same thing for the inventory. Or no, for the inventory we have separate widgets for it altogether. Yeah, it would be better if we just completely overhaul this to the point where we just call the widget the already existing tooltip widgets. They should look fine. Thank you, Siddharth, for the follow, man. Good luck on your fish. Info panel. No, it's tooltip. Cover tooltip. Should be doable. Should be doable. Dude, you caught a great white shark for your first fish. That's actually really rare. A legendary great white shark. Nice. You got really lucky on that. The thing is, if I do the tooltips, I want to reuse the inventory item widget here, but I think that these are too specialized. Yeah, because these grab the info panels directly from the inventory ref. What I could do is just copy. I could just duplicate the widget entirely, which not the most recommended, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's not recommended because if I have to make changes to one, I have to make changes to the other probably. Won't compile. Why wouldn't you compile? Oh yeah, okay. That's because none of this matters. This entire graph can be deleted. Delete these. Delete those. Drag and drop, we don't need any of those for this. Mouse on button down. Shouldn't need that. Shouldn't need that. What? Oh, and set highlighted. for each loop. Yeah, we'll get that working because there's just a lot of problems here. Wait, what? Oh yeah, it's still a the wrong reference, isn't it? Reward item, inventory item, icon border. Here we go. We want to instead grab the hover tooltip, and this would be build tooltip. Get all widgets. Hover tooltip. Hover tooltip ref. Interesting. Ocean. Oh yeah, we're grabbing the index directly. I see. We don't need information of whether or not it's slotted. Or the slotted index. Are we still using that? Oh, update slotted information. Yeah, we can delete that. Slotted index, delete. Build tooltip. Item type, ingredient, item ID. This is potion, so send through potion data. And this is junk. Send in the junk ID amount 1. On mouse leave, I believe if we set hover tooltip to, oh no, we can just call hide all tooltips. Oh. That should work. That should work. We'll test it. but that should work. Okay, commission rewards pop up. Toggle slate viz. We shouldn't need to do anything. On construct. Unreleased. Get all children in reward box. We're gonna have to handle this a little bit differently. I think instead what we should do is call condense loot. Or at least... yeah, what we'd have to call condense loot. Trying to think here. We have a map. We'd still want to condense loot though, especially because they would be created instead of grabbing children and doing it this way, which is really shitty. I think we could pass to the commission reward pop-up the map of rewards. And then I'll run a separate function for rewarding the loot. On close reward loot. We'll make the map here for reward ID map. Yeah, fine. Potion rewards. We'll need to take the ID map and it's called keys and values. So we need to grab the keys. Or each through those. Get add, not add unique. For the indexes, then I want to grab this and yeah, actually we can just utility map. I think it is find. Yeah, so we'll do find that element and then do a for loop between 0 and we'll make it easy. We'll do index 1 and just plug that in. And we don't have to do like a -1 or something. Ooh. Didn't mean to do that. We add this ID and then we'll do a it's an array of loot structures though. Instead, I want to call theoretically we need to call condense loot a little bit fucked up. We actually need to call this and then run this. We need to only have this as like a separate thing. Ordered IDs rewarded potion. I could make a separate function that just takes these in and handles the rest. Like just boil all these down. Condense and reward loot. Ordered IDs rewarded potions. Why are you bitching at me? Not blueprint writable. Oh yeah, because they're input. Okay, I will rename those. Okay, IDs and potions. Yeah, do that off of IDs, do that off of potions. They're already condensed here. Should work. Then I think I'll do... rename this to calculate loot. Yeah, that works. And then I can probably update the generate loot, which works similarly, but this only generates. To use the condense. Oh no, because generate doesn't reward them. So having a separate... yeah, having a separate condensed loot is still good. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. Alright, now we can get rewarded IDs, potion rewards, and I can run condense and reward loot. Which I think will show everything on the loot widget, which is okay. We're okay with that here. I could always pull in a boolean to determine that. So on confirm, we will play on close reward loot. And then run the visibility and input stuff. Okay. Reward player also, we have the rewards map. But I actually need another variable here, which is the potions rewards. And this all needs to be reworked. Rework. Beautiful. Okay, build rewards can completely change. We would normally have run that through here, build rewards, and send in the rewards array. Now instead, I'll just delete it all. Like, fuck it. Rewarded IDs. Map to integer. Rewarded potions. Array. First, we'll need to grab the keys, or actually, at very, very first, set up our variables. Then for rewarded IDs, grab the keys. For each. Find for loop. I will in this case do the index and then -1 normally. So I may want to use that. Or the current index that we're on for IDs. If the rewarded IDs is even valid. It's possible that this is not. Length is greater than 0. Do some validation here. The smart thing to do. Okay, if the length is greater than 0, then of course we want to properly handle this and create widgets for each of these. So create widget, reward item. Now, do we have a function? We have setup item. It's not really what we want. That only runs on... Gee, how is that used? Hey, Scary. How you doing today? Oh, I see how he did that. Feeling burnt out? It's only Monday. Or are you just feeling burnt out in general? Oh no, setup item works. How are you? I'm doing okay. Nothing special going on. Hey Claremont, how's the dev going? Going well. Back's a bit hurt today. Shut up, I know. I'm trying to think here. Inventory. Why does it matter what the inventory index is? Because we grab it from index. How do we know what index? We don't care what index. That's not how this works. Yeah, that's not how this works. We don't care about inventory index. Learned in cybersecurity full-time and I stayed up 24 hours, slept 8, stayed up 30 and slept and stayed up another 30. Every hour learning part. What the fuck are you doing? You burn yourself out. You're not gonna be happy with what you're doing, are you? Yeah, we don't care about inventory index. The way that we're gonna grab this is from the potion data or from the ID. Item ID. Potion data. It's addicted and I start and then can't stop. Danger. Danger Will Robinson, what a reference. That's either something that you have to be an old soul to understand, or you have to be older to understand. I hate to say it, but you've outed your age a little bit. Why don't we just pull in item type? Fuck tab selected. What is this? Inventory item type? Yeah, but what about books then? Well, books are separate. Books are a little bit different. Be what it be. Indubitably. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, we only have ingredient potion or drug. Okay. We need to be able to reward books though. And I don't yet have books having this sort of information. Hey Fred, Astonished in game demo. Thought I'd try it, then heard the AI slot music and gave up on it. A 1-minute trailer to rest your head. Reflex Unit Strike Ops trailer, number 1. Dude, you're right. It is. It's Suno. It's fucking Suno music. It just all sounds the same. Suno is really fun for like meme music. I just don't know if I would use it in a professional setting. For memes though, it's absolutely great. Yeah, fuck the tab selected. Set item type, switch. Okay, those are backwards for some reason. Potion inventory, junk. We don't want to grab from index, we want to get the data structure, so item ID, get ingredient structure. It's an entirely blueprint or is it a mix of C#? Our game? It is mostly blueprint and a little bit of C++. Full version of the game will be primarily C++ with a little bit of blueprint. The opposite way. But blueprints are way faster to prototype in. I could just move this up. Make my life easy. Okay, potion. We can just grab directly potion data. A lot of awesome game music out there. One of the greatest for me is the Pentakill band that Riot created for League of Legends. They hired awesome metal musicians to create some extremely viable metal albums. Yeah, music stuff, but generally it's actually fun and catchy, but only because it's all stolen from top playlists and mushed together. Whoever is using that could at least pay someone on Fiverr to recreate and make it not so obvious. Yeah, it's... I don't know, it's... The only times I've ever heard Suno used in a way that didn't make me cringe was in memes, where I'm expecting to cringe anyway, so... Who really cares? Get junk struck. Let me check something. I have to check if a bank statement goes through. I'm getting a refund, but I have to wait until the payment actually goes through to the vendor here. It has not. Wonderful. Oh yeah, we don't store that info. Okay, rather than making this... Yeah, I'll promote these two variable. Item ID, potion data. This is a little bit dirty, the way that we're handling this. Okay, build tooltip, item ID, amount 1. This junk, item ID, and this one is potion data. Should be good. We'll see. Is being hovered, is highlighted. Highlighted, hovered, fine. Set highlighted. Inventory potion panel. We still run set highlighted, right? No, we just set the brush color for the border. Yeah, I don't actually think we use this. Where's this in use? It says we use B is selected somewhere, but I don't actually know where we use that. Highlighted, hovered. Hovered, highlighted. Where? Oh, through an interface. Yeah, whatever. These are pretty much old anyway. In fact, I could probably just remove the bartering interface. Okay. Okay. Go through each ID. Promote this to a variable. Current ID. There should be, yeah, get item type from ID. Thing is, this is collectible item type. So it could return ingredient, junk, or book. I'd rather almost pass that through. We need some way to handle books. I don't yet have one. We might want to make an info panel for books then. I might do that. Yep. Okay, so let me pass then in collectible item type instead of inventory item type. Yeah, I don't care. And I'll change this to collectible item type. Switch on collectible item type. Ingredient. Potion. Junk. And we're gonna add book. We just need to make a book tooltip, hover tooltip. Right now we just use the text only, but we'll make a separate tooltip just for books. And that way we can use the same reward panel for all of them. Ingredient, potion, junk. Okay, so pass then collectible item type from the current ID to setup item. Learning cryptography. I was actually going to make a cryptography ARG game. And I still really like the idea, to the point where I think that it could be very successful if done right. It would be an sort of MMO. Well, it's an ARG, right? So it's like it's a single player game, but you work with the rest of the community, and it would be based around the idea that you are a new hire to a listening post during the Cold War. And if you're not familiar, listening posts were secret facilities where they would listen to and try to decode messages sent by the enemy. So you're a spy, and you would have to work with the community to solve to break through to these messages and relay the right thing by the right time period. The community would have to do this in order to prevent something bad from happening, right? I think I even had I'd started working on a document for it. Called the listening station. Yeah. And I'd made a cover that I really liked for the GDD. I'd written some stuff on it, but it would be nice to continue with that. The one time, yeah, I would make it really in depth. And here's the thing, because it would be an ARG, I would have specifically released, like, in-game you would have a radio running, right? So it would require an internet connection. Although if there was no internet connection, it would just, you would miss out on that. But if you had an internet connection going, I would pre-make radio messages to send through, so that everybody playing the game could receive the same thing and have that. You know, it would be just a proper ARG that you would work on with the community like that. I think it could work. It'd be very niche, mind you, but I think that it could be done for a relatively small amount of money. there'd be like television broadcasts, things of that nature. Ordered potion. Potions we don't care about because we're just doing IDs right now. Setup item. It should be good. Setup item, and then we need to add it to the reward box. I don't know if I actually wrote anything in that document, though. There might be more in my notes. Oh, I'd written up a little bit. I at least had the loop and pillars there. It's a cryptanalysis and puzzle game where players take on the role of a listening station operator during the Cold War. Player must intercept messages from enemy targets and foreign intelligence agencies, figure out which methods of encryption have been used on them, decipher them, and then analyze the decrypted messages in order to determine the necessary information to relay to command. Our game won't have a traditional mission selection screen, right, because it's an ARG. So the game immediately loads into the operations room where all the gameplay takes place. From the room, the player may select a scenario from a stack of manila folders and either start anew or continue from where they left off with any scenarios they haven't completed fully. So there, I think it was, oh yeah, because I'd written, there's actually two game modes. There's the single player, this is just a cryptanalysis game mode where with handwritten selections of missions, right? And then there was the ARG mode, which we could do based on like seasons if we wanted to make this a live service kind of game, where the entire community could work together in real time to solve messages as they occurred. Maybe like you know, the enemy would be preparing to potentially launch some strike, and you would have 1 week from the initial notice but before the strike was launched, and you would have to solve this scenario fast enough with the community. Yeah, I really I like the idea. I like the idea. Maybe I need to look into it more because it's actually a pretty cheap idea to do. A lot of UI, a lot of like little mini games and puzzles that you would have to set up. But I wanted it to be immersive, so when you had like a book cipher, you had to go and open the book just like you can do in our game, right? On like the bookshelf. And you would see the pages there. Think Power Software would be all over it? Could be. Although at this point, Cauldron Chronicles is taking up all of my time. Maybe I could look into it. Okay, once these are completed, I need to do potions. Potions are a little bit easier. Don't I'm gonna come back from the grave and haunt you. I didn't even write up that much. I wrote up, what was it? Just the core loop and some of the pillars. I might have more written at home about it. I'd at least written enough to outline the GDD, first iteration. Networking, stations, different puzzles, the game modes, the ARG mode. I swear I had written some notes down for this. But it was literally going to be, because I think the best ARGs utilize time well. So, you would have people in different time zones around the world potentially playing this game or just having it on in the background, waiting for a broadcast to come in. So, there might be different languages that are utilized too in those messages, right? Because during that time period, there were a lot of enemies that spoke different languages or utilized even different languages to transmit their messages. So you really would have to work with people around the world to solve puzzles. And I was thinking too of you could use like a YouTube broadcast or a Twitch broadcast to perform these fake television news bits. I just wanted to utilize as much modern technology and communication software as possible to make an ARG, whereas most ARGs nowadays tend to just take kind of place over, like, I don't know, just some like old shit, either just putting hidden stuff in the HTML of a website. Like, okay, yeah, it's kind of cool, but usually ARGs aren't that community oriented. Or where other groups of people could try and intercepting and decrypting their messages as well in the multiplayer sense. That could be kind of fun. That could be another fun game mode. Potion data. I know people have asked, what happens if Cauldron Chronicles doesn't work out. We have backups. We have backups that I think are relatively promising. Stuff that's also a lot cheaper. It is niche, however, the people in that niche car would be ride or die over it. Yeah, you're right. It's very niche, so it has to be the budget has to be perfect. And I don't know what publisher we would even go to with something like that, because it is just such a... I feel like a game like that requires a very unique marketing strategy, one that most publishers probably couldn't do well. You would need to, post like incoming message from blank country, and then you'd have to like simultaneously post this at the moment that you release it into the game as well. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, but if you can do it, if you can handle these seasons well, these seasons as I call them, well, I think you can make it probably one of the first ever. I don't know if there are existing ones, but one of the first ever live service ARG games. And these wouldn't be like paid for. These would just be, you buy the game once and you get these seasons for free in the future, depending on how much money we can generate with the game. Puzzles could draw a lot of attention in the right way. Yeah. I think it's not only a good way to market the game, because people who are like, what the fuck is this at? What is this game? I like puzzles. What is this? But also it just kind of, it's just engaging, especially if you release these in various formats. Because Unreal has like a radio. You can pull in from internet radio, right? Where's a plugin? I know that there are ways to pull in from internet radio. So what you could do is you'd have that internet radio stream just running 24/7, but you just send things as they come in, and you can schedule when those play. very, very easily. And then that can be the thing that people hear in game is when they're connected, they hear that radio and they can be like, oh shit, a messages coming in from command, even those are encrypted, so you have to decrypt the message from command and, keep it going. Maybe command alerts you that we suspect enemies might have, determined our encryption method, changing encryption method, and you would have to figure out the new encryption method. And so you might have this, the community might have a couple of messages from command waiting until they determine the encryption method used. I don't know, I think it could be really cool. It would be very unique. I don't think anything like it has been done before. And it's not particularly expensive to do. It's just new. It just feels new to me. Like it hasn't really been attempted in the way that we want to handle it. Then again, I'm no expert on cryptography, so I would want to, work with people that know that well and would be interested in this kind of game. Okay, I think this looks fine. We're getting distracted talking, but it's good. I've wanted to talk about that game because I thought that it felt really fresh to me when I designed it. But I don't think I have anything else about it. I made some notes. I don't really have anything. I might have written it down in Discord. Listening station. Yeah, the only thing I wrote up was like a narrative introduction and overview of the game. This is in the GDD as well. The year is 1961, and tensions are nearing a boiling point between world superpowers. Fidel Castro is openly allied with the Soviet Union, putting the Red Menace right on the doorstep of the United States. France has developed atomic bombs, expanding the list of countries who can assure mutual destruction. The Soviet Union has become the first country to put a man-made craft in orbit around the Earth, and now there are growing concerns that the Iron Curtain shall soon be strengthened in the heart of Berlin. Fear that another great war looms on the horizon is rampant, and what was unleashed on Hiroshima and Nagasaki could be used to decimate all civilization. At the forefront of ensuring this apocalypse does not come to pass are the brave men and women performing SIGINT and cryptanalysis in covert listening stations worldwide. Clandestine and enciphered warfare have replaced large-scale invasions and firing lines. The difference an hour can make in this line of work could mean an agent barely escapes their life, or is left for the enemy to interrogate and eventually kill. Misinterpret a code or fail to listen in at the right time, and a leader can fall or a war can begin. In a small remote forest at an undisclosed and top-secret location, radomes and radar dishes contrast the surrounding nature. Within a bunker underneath the ground, listening in and deciphering the communications of the enemy is you. The fate of the world and all the innocent citizens in the crossfire of superpower politics may very well lay within your hands and your mind. And I felt like that's a pretty strong introduction to this sort of game for people who just love like spy shit and deciphering. And I tried to, set it up in a very realistic setting, like, because I want the immersion. You just time travel to when the game is finished. I like that somebody else is interested in that kind of game. Don't let it end up only being notes somewhere on your PC. Make it happen at some point. Are we in Discord? Are you in Discord, Ascari? Because we could keep in contact about this. And we could duo the design of it. We can make like a separate section of discussion somewhere, maybe in like our forums. We do have dev forums. We could just casually talk about it and expand it in there. You are now. Beautiful. Have we ever talked about Ascari? Like, what is your... What do you do with game dev? I'm just curious. Okay, I need to rework this. I need to do two things here. Make tooltip for books. Add tooltip for books. A tooltip support for books in reward pop-up. Then execute event. Okay, yeah, delete that. Just started learning UE5 a tiny bit. Okay. I'm just curious because that'll help me know what support we might need from other people. Rewards, potion rewards. Sure, if I were to start learning again, I'll probably get better results since I'm learning cybersecurity. Yeah, I think so too. But I'm glad you're interested in that game. Because I think when I pitched it, my friends weren't. They're not really big into that kind of game. We made a channel for it. Oh, I archived it. I archived it because, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'd like to work on that, though. I'm glad you reminded me of that. Because I'd forgotten that I had thought about that game. I don't remember why I did either. I think it was because I've always wanted to make a game where the player is stuck in a room. And I think that my initial idea was from a few years ago, and I think somebody else did it at this point, was that you're in charge of like a secretive missile silo. And you get fed information. I think it was like you get fed information that an attack has been launched, but you don't know if it's real or not. Inspired by like war games, right? I think the movie War Games, and you have to decide whether or not to launch your nuke or not. Something about that. I don't know. Who remembers? Oh. Does that work? Length. I think we'll just add these. We'll just do items instead of ingredients. And then we should be able to delete rewards array. Well, let's make a tooltip for books. Which could probably be very similar to the junk info panel. Book info panel. WBP book info panel. Okay, I'll work on this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Hold me. That'll warm up. Only 11. Chair stream. Imagine in my head I kind of think about the U-boat game in the sense of how the player interacts with the controls. Yeah, I was thinking that too, where, I wanted minimal, like, UI. And so that if you were inspecting something or reading something, it would be, in world. I think that just makes it more enjoyable to me. I want immersion, and I think immersion was one of the pillars that I put in that document, because I just felt like immersion was key to this game. Yeah. Keeping terminology as accurate as possible allows players to gain a realistic appreciation for all of the different agencies and work that goes into cryptanalysis. Realistic technology for the time can help display what physical means of enciphering and deciphering was involved, as well as the constraints that spies and cryptologists had at their disposal. Having our scenarios present realistic tasks based on real-world events immerses the player in the world and narrative, as well as providing them with a sense of consequence. That to me was important, so that yeah, I think all these points are important to making it you feel like you are actually doing the job of a cryptologist, cryptanalyst, whatever the correct term is here. And for the you know, we can use consequences for some of the like the main puzzle. Sorry, I'm like switching between Cauldron Chronicles and this game, and my mind kind of breaks when I do that. We could do consequences for that and have different branches for whether or not you enciphered or deciphered something correctly. That could be kind of interesting. I don't know. And I mentioned the player inside a room and a listening station with different machines and NPCs in the room, and the player can move around and interact with some NPCs that are controlling the machines. Can take over control of machines to try to decipher communications. That could be kind of interesting, yeah. I wasn't imagining NPCs, but I do like the idea that there are other NPCs there. I mean, the game is still very much in the it would be cool if stage, where we just determine what the best pathway forward is, and it would be cool to have NPCs in there that you could talk with and learn about them and their lives and families, and like you said, take over their machines. Similarly to actually to Elder Scrolls, like the music we're listening to, where get off of the blacksmith's wheel, I need it. Okay, name, icon, description, we all want. Do we want any amount or value? I don't think so. Book. Yeah, we passed through the junk item ID. I don't think I have a macro for getting the book struct. We could make one though. Why not? Okay, setup widget, book ID. We shouldn't have an amount override. That shouldn't matter here. Local variables. Book data. Get book struct. This is, yeah, it's gonna be a bit of reworks going on here. Icon. We have a direct name and description string reference. Key name. It's string. Description. That's all for amounts and value. So, not needed. Should be it. I don't know if there's anything missing there. We'll add the book info panel. Default collapsed. Why do we have so much for the junk? Oh no, that's tooltip only. Junk is here. Book info panel, set visibility. Setup widget. Book ID. Okay, that should work. And then adds tooltips for in reward pop up. Okay. Yeah. In setup item book. We want to set the icon for it. Get book struct. And then on mouse hover. Item type book. And it should work. Will it? That's a different word than should. The last thing I need to do is overhaul the master book blueprint. Where did I put them? Where did I put the books? Goblin. Oh, and data books assets, okay. Yeah. This pulls from object with tooltip. The problem is here that the object with tooltip is specifically using build tooltip as just tooltip. I might want to reparent that. Although I don't know what would break if I did that. A little bit would break. I need to reparent it to collectible custom so that we can tell it that it is a book item type. Oh shit. Okay. Well, we just gotta do it. Nah, there's no way around it. The closed tooltip is going to break. But we can get around that. An interactable might not be available since that is coming from the parent. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Is what it is. What changed closed tooltip to target as BP collectible? I guess I had one in there. I don't see it though. Whatever. We'll just see if anything broke and we'll fix it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, okay. Interaction logic is run custom code only. Item type is book. I don't think that should break anything. Do once. It is performing a do once. Which I think would be okay. We don't want to run any custom interaction logic. It'll do the loot calculations once, which is set up for books. As far as I know, it is. So that should be fine. Be goblin lore. The only thing is that we use the book ID. We use that to reward it. Yeah, we directly call update book inventory. So the fact that it runs custom code is probably irrelevant. Since I imagine that if loot is empty, we don't run anything. No, we do not. Okay, let me fix that. Just saves extra nodes from being run. Never hurts. If it's not empty, do some shit. If it is empty, return. So this will fire, immediately exit. This will fire, does nothing. Set is interactable to false. Close tooltip. Which we kind of fire twice. We'll see. Except that static mesh is a cube. This one like that too? Yeah, weird. Yeah. Should have expected it. Hadn't had a crash yet today. I think I had saved everything though. Hey Bastion, it's not game if no crashes happen. Yeah, are you really producing a game? Spaghetti is a meal. You may not like spaghetti, but it is a very valid meal. Spaghetti. Just got to bask in Blue Dick Boy's greatness. Maybe it's him. It's him that's crashing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, clearly some problems. Couple of warnings. I can fix those. They're just set to the wrong item type. Here's though why it's not building the right data for them. It is showing the right tooltip, which is the book tooltip. It just isn't. It isn't building it with the data. which it should be. Book data, name and description. Weird. It's possible that those strings don't exist. No, those strings do exist. Find a mentor for bug bounties. I wish there were design bounties. I could get paid so much money fixing people's game design. The problem with consultation for game design is no company wants to do it because every game designer thinks that their design is fine. Impossible. And usually, if you're at the point where you're needing to what am I thinking? If you're needing to consult for game design, you're probably already fucked. There aren't a lot of cases where you're not fucked if you're at the point where you're looking at consultation for game design. I don't actually know why that's not sending the right info. Oh, because we're not sending the item ID. Okay. I can override that. Fingers crossed. There are bug bounties for code reviews for some companies, but it's pertaining more towards application and web source code. Yeah, I've never heard of bug bounty for game development, that's for sure. Okay. Skill tips are working. And it is rewarding the book. It is. Wonderful. I then just need to check dialogue. I need to reward lots of different things in dialogue very quickly, and if they appear on that screen, we'll know it works, but I bet there's going to be a few bugs. At least. I'm going to use skeleton mage to test here. Okay, event, reward player, rewards, ing toadstool n 1. I want a junk item 2, so j sword 1, and then a book, so b goblin lore, and a potion reward of whatever. It doesn't really matter. We'll keep input on UI. Okay, perfect. I've been thinking about advertising that I do game design consultation. I just don't think anybody would take me up on it. I've rarely ever seen game design consultation used by studios. Okay, one issue is that we have that that's correct, that's correct, that's correct. That's the wrong tooltip. I can fix that one though. But we do have it appearing behind the blur. I don't know if I can fix. It's building it properly though. It's almost there. It's almost perfect. I'm actually surprised at how well it worked out. Right now, it looks to be useful for smaller games like how Lethal Company was. But they don't have the footprint to be paying out for that type of stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't charge much. I know for smaller people here on like stream, I'll do design consultations on stream for free because it's free content for me, and it, helps smaller developers who watch me. If it's if it's a big company where the consultation is, this is going to require me to write documents, get a whole bunch of shit done, then I'll have to charge. But for, yeah, take a look at my, game design document or something, or my idea for a game, I'm not charging shit for that. I ain't doing dick. Just tooltips. Is it because it should be a standalone ingredient? Yes. So on reward item, instead of ingredient, I need to set it to standalone ingredient. And build rewards. Unless it's going to send ing. Okay, I can do a select. If this is equal to ingredient, send standalone ingredient instead. If not, send the type. Most consultants I've worked with though are really they're really annoying. I don't know, maybe I've had bad luck working with consultants because every consultant that I've worked with in the past, they're usually massive dicks. Like massive, and not good dicks, you know, not like dicks that are, you know, that produce babies, but they're just assholes. They're massive assholes. They're way too full of themselves. They're almost kind of like dictatorial in the way that they talk. And they think, oh, you've hired me as a consultant, therefore everything I say is absolutely correct. I don't know. I feel like I've gotten unlucky. Ow. Not a fan of those types. No, I'm not a fan of those types of people either. I think the best thing a consultant can do is, especially if it's like a design consultant for game design, is to teach. Try to teach the game design, right? It's like, yeah, a problem needs to be fixed, but you'd also, you know, you're gonna get much better reviews, and you'll be able to charge more money too if you are known as a consultant that can help to get, in this case, the other designers up on par with what they are needing to do with this game. Be a bit of an educator, I guess I could say. Bit of an educator plus actually fixing things. Ego plays a big part. Yeah, I've worked with there's a lot of egotistical people in game dev, or at least what I've worked with. And I think it's mostly because I've worked at studios that are a bit fresh. They're not filled with veterans. I find that if you're long enough in the industry, you're either a massive egoist or you have no ego at all. Or you're really good at controlling it, because it's not like you don't have an ego. And the consultants often, the ones that I've worked with, tend to be they've been in the industry long, but it's gone to their head. Which is probably why they're a consultant, is because no company would hire them to work there long term. I don't know. That's my hot take for the day. I think that'll work. That'll work except for the blur. Where's the blur? Here it is. Z order -2. -1. Okay. I could adjust the Z order in real time. I know why it's happening is because the commission rewards window is being made in real time, which is setting it above because the tooltips are made on start. I could get around it by building the reward window and having it build before the tooltips, before the game HUD in this case. So many things. Commission window. Commission rewards pop up. Add to viewport. All right, let's see. Now I can't. Oh. Shit, because we make the dialogue widget last. Why do I do this to myself? Why? What is the Z order? Where's the Z order here? You bitch. Never let me handle anything like this. Give me a spreadsheet. That's where I belong. The tooltip wasn't working either. Where am I missing the pass-through of that? Word item. Oh, because we don't have standalone. Yeah, that should be going up here. We'll see. Okay. The tooltips are fixed. Why is that appearing still above the HUD? Unless... Okay, at least the rewarding is also working properly too. That's good. That's very good. The only thing we have the issue with is that the Z order is fucked up. Oh, because I said this to 2. The problem is that's going to put everything. I could just get rid of the background blur. This is also going to look weird, but hopefully it will look less weird. And as long as it's functional, I don't really care too much. Things like the tutorial, though, are going to appear above. And those appear above. Only briefly. I could also move those up here a bit. It's not the greatest, but it also could be worse. Let me see what it looks like if the tutorial is open. Because that will be the actual use case scenario. It will be here. The player can hide it at any time, but I imagine most players will keep it open. It shouldn't receive hits. Oh no, it is being hit testable. And the player cannot hide it from here. That's a problem. It shouldn't be visible. It shouldn't be hit testable. UI. I could toggle the widget collapsing. But it is only toggle. I'd have to kind of force it a little bit. It seems like the smarter option. Where do I want to hook that into? Could throw it into here. Get all widgets. Not the best way to do it, but it is a viable way. Only ever going to be one of these on the screen, so. Collapsed. Git is collapsed. What did we do for the inventory? We handle it for the player's inventory, I'll show you. If it's open at the time the player opens the inventory, we collapse it. And we remember if it was open, and then we can bring it back up, and that works really well here. I'm just wondering where we did that. Should open tutorial after closing inventory. The hot bar. That called? Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Almost absent. How are you today? We should open tutorial after closing. Kind of hacky, but it'll work. One more hour of sleep after time change gives me peace. Yeah, I didn't know that was happening today. And I woke up at 6:30 and I thought my body was just going crazy. I was like, what? I never wake up this early. Unless I'm like dehydrated or I have to piss or something. But I was like, no, I'm fine. I didn't feel sleepy either. So it was really weird to me. I was like, did I sleep that well or something? Yeah, I had no idea that it was happening. Oh, I have a function, detect if tutorial widget expanded. God, I'm smart. But I so used that I woke up today exactly at 7 without any alarms. Yeah, I did this. I do the same thing. My body wakes up right before my alarm should go off. And that's why I was really. That's why it was just weird that I woke up. It was like 6:27, right? And I usually wake up at 7:30. I was like, what? It's fine. I played some old school RuneScape and then I came into work early. Isn't that the best? Wake up early, play a little bit of a game, and then come into work. That's the best shit. Alright, if true. Good. When I was a little, religion teacher in school was telling us she wakes up without any alarms, thanks to God. He wakes her up. But even then I was like, bitch, shut up, human mind has that ability. That's pretty funny though. God wakes me up. No, it's your circadian rhythm. Nice. Oh. 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 I knew we need to clear that box every time we do that. Bit of a bug there. Build rewards. Reward box. Dear children. What's he talking with you if it's a skeleton? Magic. It's a magical Leoplerodon, Charlie. He actually does have an animated jaw too, so we could give him voice acting and have the jaw. I could just do valid index on that actually. It is an array. Heard that a lot lately. Instead of using AI voices for game dialogues, only for prototype if we wanted to. But for full game, absolutely not. I think some of them are really cool, but I think that getting somebody to voice act it and do proper pauses and inflections will, without a doubt, always give you better quality. I want a game for humans made by humans. There's some whole video on YouTube and didn't even realize it was AI voice until the end. I don't know, I can usually tell. I think this is set up proper. There's one thing I want to test where we collapse the whole widget. If you continue, if you finish it, I want to see if it pops back up in this case. It shouldn't, but I want to see. Ready for PoE 2 next month. Yeah, when does that come out? There's also, I think our schedule's really, really, really fucked in November. Like, it's just, it's fucked, is what it is. I think Avowed comes out next month. Oh no, that's in February. Okay, I don't know why somebody said next month. I don't know where I heard that. Thank the Lord, Avowed comes out next year in February. I need to add that to my my schedule. Duplicate. Avowed. When was that? February 18th? 15th? 18th. Tuesday? Really? Oh yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and then 1 week later is Avowed. Wonderful. I don't know how we're gonna do that. PoE 2 is November 11th. We're gonna get no work done in November. Oh no. It's gonna be a whole month with no work. I'm just gonna be playing games. What are you guys gonna do? I think most of you follow me for game dev. You could just not play games. Shut the fuck up. That's not funny. You're getting banned. No, I know I do whatever I feel. Like, the problem is that I actually... I need to do work on the game. But I like streaming games because it's fun for us. You know, it's a fun break. Well, it's supposed to be a break and not a this is what happens the entire fucking month. But it's also good to talk about, right? Because we can play games, we can talk about what makes them good or bad. I know I need breaks. I just think that this is a bit ridiculous, right? If I immediately go from Dragon Age, Veilguard, which is probably going to take us more than 2 weeks, let's be honest, to then PoE 2, which, you know, it's a full RPG game. I'm gonna have to play that for at least a week. And there's gonna be Endgame 2 and stuff. And then Stalker 2, which is, I think, gonna take more than the 5 days we've allotted. And then there's a new old school RuneScape League, which I want to play. Might have found XSS vulnerability in my bug bounty. How much is the bounty worth, Ascari? Are you sure that's coming out in November? Because I signed up for a beta. PoE 2 release. Early access. Is this open early access or this is November 15th? Where'd you see November 11th? This is November 15th. There ain't no way that I'm gonna have 4 days of development and then it's just gonna be PoE 2 and then Stalker and then OSRS. Because you know I'm gonna have to do this. Bro, I can't. All right, I guess November's goal is to just. I guess it's just to see if we can get some people from outside of game development following the channel. Saw a post on PoE 2 Steam community forum. What did it say? Are you out of your mind? $500 early access. What? Oh yeah, isn't it because that you're guaranteed to get into the beta if you spend 500 bucks on your account? Hey Arkfiend, you're a web dev and you wanted to explore game dev by building a 2D game from scratch without an engine. Without an engine. Why without an engine, Arkfiend? Out of curiosity. 500. I think I have a total of 500 spent on PoE. I don't know where I could check. I'll check later at home. He likes pain. Hey, he might like the challenge. I don't know. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. Apply options. I think I know where this is happening. This is not that important. I'll check it out. Programmer, my main goal is to upskill my programming skills. I won't say that you're wrong for doing what you're doing, but I think that you could work with other engines like Godot or Redo if you want to use that one. That fork, or you could use Unity, and you could still up your programming skills, but you at least have some foundation in place to get started, you know. But maybe you want to be an engine programmer, and then in that case, that's a very valid goal. It will be a lot of pain. Options, alchemy, option. Is this the only time that we call get all widgets here? We call it for crosshair. I wonder where it's getting triggered. We do a validation check here and here, so I wonder if we should be doing a validation check here. Like pain, I built a compiler in C as a side project. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think that I would be the wrong person to ask then regarding this. I do know a couple of individuals that are in our Discord. They're both programmers. One of them is a very low-level programmer. He likes Rust a lot. I imagine that he would be a pretty good person to ask. Tickles your fancy taint. Alright, let's run this and see if it warns me. Any failed find console object for r.water info render method. Still says it attempted to access 0. Oh yeah, Jonathan Blow's got vids, yeah, you're right. He likes his engine programming. This isn't that important. This is probably only getting called because this is being made before other things. I'm just gonna ignore that. And I don't know where these invalid callback handlers are popping up from. It's in Niagara. Wonder if it's from potions. I wonder. I don't know, they're just warnings, they're not errors, so... For a prototype, if it's not causing a bug, I don't really give a shit. And if it is causing a bug, depends on what it is, I still might not give a shit. Okay. Finally, we can move on, because we have all these rewards. We can actually allow Spoon to reward the book to the player that he was supposed to bring, which was a... Let's double check, but I think it was a book about stenches. I know that was a lot of work to get there. It was like 4 hours, but... Had to overhaul some things. Yes, Stenches, the god of sewers, designed us all to never be without a spoon. That is why we are all able to survive even if we do not have a proper spoon utensil on us. So it's about stenches and spoons. And he says he'll bring it next time. Now that could be... It could literally be at any point after Dialogue Thief 1. He just says he'll bring it. Okay, I think I know what we can do with this. We can use the same lore loop logic, which is that we save the current location, then we return to current encounter. He's not going to bring it on Dialogue 2C. but he can bring it on all of these. We might want to rework it as well so that if you're on the last encounter, he doesn't talk about having the book, or he mentions like, oh, I had a book. I wish I wish we had more time, I could have brought it and showed it to you, but whatever. That way, if you're on the last dialogue, he doesn't mention that he'll bring it next time, because there is no next time. Yeah, I think I know a way we can do this. Which is similar to our lore loops. Where we do the save location and dialogue, and then we have a response. And then we'll jump to a separate encounter. A lot to think about. Okay, let's make a new narrative dialogue. We should have a master dialogue blueprint. I don't know where we put it. Oh, wait, okay, I know where. I see it. Are these, yeah, they're children of Dialogue Master. Okay, so create a child blueprint. Diag. Thief. Lore book. Copy this. I think everything else is okay. Yeah. And similar to the lore loop, we just have a... Okay, so I need to get back into this. Add close visible and bartering disabled. In this case, we would want to set close and bartering both disabled. Toggle dialogue, set close and bartering disabled. True. We'll want to save a choice in the lore loop as well that he plans to bring the book to you next time. Thief, new choice. Boone will bring lore book. False. There's going to be a bit of work that I put behind this because I want him to bring the lore book, but I also want you to then be able to talk about things that are in the lore book. Oh wait, we already have it. We have Spoon will bring book about spoons. We already have it. Never mind then, we don't need this. Oh god, this is such a mess. Why are there like 6 things that can lead into this? What are we doing? Okay, conditions, save choice. Spoon will bring book about spoons. True. And then we'll simply save the choice. False again, so that it resets it. And I think that's okay because you cannot get back into the... thank you, Coding Phenom, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Are you a coder by chance? You're funny. No, I'm a 3D artist. Ah, bamboozled again. Okay, we're good. Okay. It would be kind of funny though. Art Grayer, thank you also for the follow. Thank you guys so much. Nice to see you today on this Monday. Pretty cold here in Poland. I don't know where you guys are living. Could be worse, actually. Not too bad out. Some nice autumn days here. Family. Oh yeah, see, we can ask him about his family again at any point. That's a bit of a problem. We'll need to set up a choice then for have received lore book. Spoon has given lore book about spoons. False. Oh, you just recently started doing some game dev stuff? Pretty cool. What are you working on? It's hot as fuck here in northeastern Brazil. Oh, that's cool. It's nice to meet people from all around the world. Brazil's pretty cool. Never been. But all the Brazilian people I've met have always been pretty chill. 2D Souls-like. Oh, that's really cool. I imagine heavily inspired by things like Hollow Knight and whatnot. What are some of the unique points about your game? I'm probably also, oh god, what is it called? Cells? Dead Cells. Another good, pretty great game. From what country are the most enjoyable people? I don't know. People are people. Every country's got some shitty ones. Every country's got some great ones. I think it often has to do with cultures and whatnot. Okay, condition Spoon will bring lore book, and condition he has not already brought his lore book. But we'll save choice. Spoon has given lore book to True. We are friendly most of the time, eh? Can't be friendly all the time, right? Czech people are the most fun and friendly in the whole world. I don't... Okay, I've been to Ostrava, and they weren't... The old people there weren't too happy with me. But I think that's pretty common when you go to post-Soviet occupied countries and the old people who have lived through communism. They've seen some shit, okay, let's put it that way. And admittedly, I am a foreigner, and it's gotta be a little annoying to deal with foreigners who can't speak your language. They felt invaded again. Did you happen to bring that book you talked about? I think it was about Stenches and Spoons. I'm following for a while, and honestly, I'm in love with your project. Oh, thank you so much, man. You're learning UE5 and C++. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for following and for lurking. Hey, Lazarla, how you doing today? Oh, you'll have to lurk too, Coding Freedom? No worries. No worries. Thank you both so much for the follows. That really means a lot. We're getting close to 500 followers, which is 500 more than I deserve. More fart opportunities. I'm trying to think of how to set this up because it has to be similar to this, where we save a location in dialogue. The thing is, it's going to return to here, which means that I need 2 separate responses. And then to not save the condition yet. Until here, or not save the event until here. You deserve much more. This project's amazing. Thank you. I'm really honored that you believe that. I think the prototype's a bit rough around the edges, especially artistically. And we're missing a lot of features still. But I hope it can be enough to convince a publisher that we know what we're doing, that they can trust us, that we can, build this up properly. The vision and passion. I think the passion does play a lot, especially for publishers that are big gamers. I think in a lot of cases they don't want to work with people who are just purely business, and that they might trust a bit more working with somebody who is a gamer and who's passionate about game development. Pepsi recipe will seal the deal. One person team where you have more members. It's mostly, I have to word this properly. I do about 90% of the work, but I have a combat designer who's helping me with combat and a programmer who is helping me out with miscellaneous programming needs, like especially with our AI, with our NPCs, like the bouncy slimes and the cute pigs. I was the only one stupid enough to say, you know what? I'll just quit my job. Fuck it. I'll just work full-time on this. And we'll see what happens. Same way I describe my relationship with my girlfriend. I do 90% of the work and I have a combat designer. That's funny. That's good. I like that. Alright, let's save the location in dialogue. I have to sneeze here. Okay, we're good. I tell you about to any of my friends, they ask me how the hell does he live then? Okay, here's how I live. Also, thank you for the blesses. We have time. Money. And we are about here. That's how I live. And if look, if at some point we get to the end, we're gonna have to make, Doomsday's approaching. We're gonna have to make some decisions, some pretty harsh decisions. But I'm not gonna sell out just to get money. I'll say that. If money reaches zero, you know, we'll have a talk about it. But I'm not going to take bad publishing deals. I'm not going to start throwing a bunch of AI bullshit into my game, or getting a shitty publishing deal that's going to ruin the IP or anything. I'm not going to start adding loot boxes or monetization, predatory monetization or anything. It's just going to be, well, we have what we have. I have to go make some more money. We'll see what happens. Continue it in the future if we need to. Money is always zero. You're always at the same level. I'll just add more money. We'll rob a bank. What we'll do. Doesn't save location and dialogue actually bump us back to here, though? We'll see. We'll play around with this. We'll see if it causes any bugs. If you ever rob a bank, please stream it. I'll get a lot of followers. There's no doubt about it that if I were to stream robbing a bank, my follower count would increase. Now, there might be some other consequences for it, but yeah. We'll deal with it when that happens. For nearing ground zero, we'll just message Elon telling him that the libs would hate it if he bought and funded the game. I'm pretty sure he would fund, because it didn't, what was it? Kerbal Space Program 2 kind of not be great. They ever fix that? No, they have not. Um, Jesus Christ. So I think if you pitch to him something like Kerbal Space Program, but hey, we're gonna do it correctly, he'd probably fund Kerbal a proper Kerbal Space. What the fuck happened to this? What did they do to this game? The hell? Abandoned. Dev team got fired and it's still on Steam for full price. The developer is no longer in business. What? How? Why is it still here then for $50? What is going on? I mean, the issue would be with Private Division, right? I mean, they're the ones that are in charge of the page. Maybe they're trying to find a new team to take it over? I think it should be removed from sale in cases like this. I mean, it's pretty common that well, it's not common, but it is not unheard of that developer teams change because publishers have moved the IP to some other team. But the game should not be for sale during that period. I would actually go so far to say that it is a scam. If you're buying a game that looks like it should still very much be in development, but it isn't. Wait, they're also publishing No Rest for the Wicked? What the fuck are they doing? No. Are they co-publishing this or something? No, they're full publisher. Same pub. Yeah, what the hell? Private Division. I'm just curious about this. I don't know anybody at Private Division, so I can't really get you guys any. Oh, they're a subsidiary of Take-Two. Now it makes more sense. Now it makes sense. I should have known. The same people that handle NBA. If you don't know, by the way, NBA 2K25 is, I believe it still has ads. Like, it is a full purchase game that you buy that has ads in it. And I believe it was also sitting at negative reviews at some point. I don't know if they ever removed it, though. Yeah, they paused the game to show me 2K TV. Fucking Christ. Yeah, pay to win NBA game. Yeah. I'm not surprised to hear that that's Take-Two that's in charge. So I bet that, Private Division has done some pretty good stuff, but because they're owned by Take-Two, they're probably, yeah, I mean, these are people that just care about money, right? Rockstar 2K. Whatever you think about the games that Rockstar makes, which are, usually quite great, some 2K games, some Private Division games that are published, these are the people in charge of this are people that make money. Simple as that. Still a leading game publisher, yet if they're leading, why are they laying off staff? That is weird. Because it's... Well, the people that made Kerbal Space Program 1 are not there anymore, right? Because that was made by Squad. I don't know if that company still even exists at this point. But the publishing contract, they must have sold the IP to Private Division, which sucks. That was not a good choice, but maybe that was the only one they had at that time. And so Private Division then used another studio to develop Kerbal 2. And Kerbal 2, made by Intercept Games. I don't know who owns them. An inviting and diverse workplace. What does that mean? We foster a culture of mutual respect regardless. Yeah, you're making a game. None of this matters. Nobody's race, ethnicity, faith, sexuality, or gender identity matters if you're working on a game. No job openings. Based out of Seattle. Seattle companies. Actually, is there... I wonder if they're trademarked. It doesn't say that it's trademarked. Trademark of Take-Two. Usually you can check if somebody owns it. Intercept Games. Yeah, it's owned by Take-Two. So it is literally just a Take-Two studio. So they shut it down. Okay, job openings. Based in Seattle. I need their games. I want their corporate. Where's Take-Two game dev jobs? I don't know, I don't even see it. I don't know if there's anything that is on my LinkedIn that shouldn't pop up. A couple things. Show all jobs. Yeah, it doesn't even look like they're hiring for it anymore. Wild. I don't know what the hell happened then. Just have their Discord notifications audible during streams drives me crazy. You shouldn't though. Discord has a streaming mode. It shouldn't pop up like that. Alright, what are we doing?
FBI, open up!
Don't shoot! I didn't do it. I didn't touch her. Okay, I almost forgot. Starts dialogue. That'll jump us into this node. B floor book, start from ID. Do we actually even need a whole lore loop for this, or should we just... Nah. We'll just squeeze this in. Oh, not from big streamers? You usually don't watch people with over 20 viewers? I don't know, I like to talk to streamers not being a blip flying under the radar. Yeah, it's... There's kind of a difference where if I watch a big streamer, I'm watching them like I'm watching TV. And I know that there's not really anything that I could say or do that's going to get their attention. And not because I need it, but just because I'm watching, I'm not engaging. Smaller streamers, though, are definitely easier to engage with. Although there are some times where I think most of the time I have to lurk. I'm going to do that. And I think lurking is great. Thank you for that. We'll just do this. I'm just gonna make it easy on myself. Want to watch a video, go to YouTube. That's fair, that's understandable. Spoon has given lore book about spoons. There will be a point in the future where, you know, I'll have to, if we get funded, I'll have to do work full time, and we'll either be trading out days to stream, and there probably will be larger gaps. If we hire a community manager, that person would be streaming as much as possible, and then they would have developers on from time to time, either doing work or just for like interviewing or showing off what they've been working on, stuff like that. That'll be a good thing though. I won't be able to see you guys as much, but you'll be able to see everybody on the team, or as people who want to stream. That'd be kind of fun. Depends on the budget. Yeah, it does. I can get away with doing things like this, for instance, because I have no obligations. This won't be very possible. I mean, I could still stream to the channel in some free time, but I will have to do full-time project leadership and management and game design once we get funded. I'll have to take things seriously at that point. Definitely do, and this will jump back to here. That scared you? What scared you? Did I bump something? No, it's just the chorus. Sorry about that. Pretty funny though. This is 2A, right? I think it is. Yeah. It was about Stench with Spoons, so yeah, I almost forgot. It's a book. Lore book about Stenchus, or we'll just say lore book. I'll know what it's about. There you go. Event. Reward player. Rewards B underscore spoon lore. And that'll be the only way that you can obtain this book. So that'll reward the spoon lore, keep input on UI, perfect save that he's given you the book, in which case in the lore loop we can add in another... Hold on, I'm being called. Hello? Hi? They're just going on and on in Polish, and I can't interrupt to say that I don't speak Polish. I don't speak Polish, I'm sorry. Yes, sign me up, please. No, it's okay. Sign me up.
Halo, halo, słyszy mnie pan?
Hello.
Prosiłabym jeszcze pana kod pocztowy.
I don't know.
W takim razie proszę powiedzieć, jaki ma pan kod pocztowy? Halo, słyszy pan?
I'm scared. I just hung up. She might call back. I'm not gonna answer it. I don't know what she was trying to sell me. I was something. Watch me like, if the translation was like, you just won $1 million. Give us your postal code so we can send you the check. Hang up. Damn it! When there's hello, Jin Dobry, hello, then it's a bot. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was going on. Hello, this is Dobby. You're close enough. You're not far off. All right, let me copy this stuff over to other. Okay. So what's the story to living in Poland? Adventure, women, Dreams of Grandeur. That is the very TLDR of wine in Poland. Mostly women, yeah, exactly. And it turns out the food and alcohol. Yeah, I didn't actually know I would be so into Polish food and alcohol, but no. They do it well. I've gained more weight in Poland. I was actually really thin in US. I was like 145 pounds. And I've gained like 20 pounds over that living in Poland because they have really cheap, good alcohol and really cheap, good food. I think I need to also...
FBI, open up!
The FBI is not here. It's Poland. There's no FBI. Get out of here. Times I visited our office in Warszawa, it seems like everyone wants me to take home their homemade vodka. Yeah, and if there's like, oh, nalewka domowa? Huh? Tak? Wisznówka? Everybody makes their own nalewka. Which is slightly different. It's closer to, it's... Because vodka is just distilled. You have gin, which is also distilled. Nalewka is infusioned. It's done through infusion, so it's more like you're making tea, right? You infuse tea with water, and nalewka is made by infusing like fruits or vegetables in some cases with the vodka or the spirits. Very easy to make, pretty tasty if you do it right. Make jokes that Americans are fat and their food sizes are huge. Meanwhile, you just got fatter here. Actually, in Poland, okay, so in the US, yes, one of the largest problems with US like restaurants is the portion sizes. They're absolutely horrendous. They're massive. I'd rather they just charge me half price and give me half as much food. I fucking hate it. In Poland though, they're not much better. They're really big portion sizes here in Poland too. And I don't know if it's because I lived in like Kraków, so you have a lot of like foreigners, so they give big portions, but most places I go to here in Poland, the portion sizes are also just massive. In fact, McDonald's in Poland gives me less food than the restaurants in Poland. Like that in the UK, the more north you go, the bigger the food portion. I mean, I like it sometimes, but most of the time I can't eat it, and it's not something that I want to take home with me. Food in the US is unhealthy, whereas healthy food is expensive. It's not expensive to get healthy food in the US. Just people are lazy. You can just get some yogurt. Like, just get some yogurt or some cereal, some Cheerios. You'll be fine. Just people go to the frozen food section, they get some, I don't know, some really unhealthy shit. So they can pop it in the microwave. My mom in the US has lost like 80, 90 pounds. Meanwhile, I'm just getting fatter. Full portion healthy meals cost more, at least where I'm at. Depends on what you eat, right? Yeah, she's been crazy. She's been losing weight like crazy. I'm really proud of her. When she was young, she had a a really bad accident that like fucked up her knees, and so it just destroyed them, absolutely destroyed them. And then she's got thyroid problems, which make it really hard to lose weight, even if she barely eats anything. But she's been doing a great job. My problem is I'm an alcoholic, and then I binge eat. That's it. What medical excuses can you use to say that you're okay being fat? None. I'm just an alcoholic, and then I binge eat like cheese. And then because it's like I'll have like a pizza, and then I'll drink, and then I'll get hungry again, and then I'll have like another 500 calories. There's no excuse for me, is what it is. Yeah, the drinking alone is just calorie. Yeah, and you don't feel it either. And it's not like I'm sipping on some gin or something, or sipping on some whiskey, right? Where it's a couple hundred calories maybe for, well, probably like 150 calories for a shot of whiskey, but you're sipping it throughout the night. No, I'm just getting mulled wine, and I'm just chugging that shit because it tastes good. Like, oop, there goes 500 calories. I don't know. I'm not embarrassed that I do it. I think everybody has their vices. I just need to be better, be more in control, more disciplined. Okay, we have, yeah. Drinks roughly 30 to 40 milliliters. It's only about 100 calories. But you sip it, right? Nobody takes a shot of whiskey. You sip whiskey, you enjoy it. And so, like a good shot of whiskey can last you, an hour or two, right? Depending on how quickly you drink it. I'll just start meal prepping. Does anybody I'm just curious, does anybody in here, in the UK, or in Europe, know one of those like, Hello Fresh or those pre-made meals? I'm curious of trying some meals that I'm not used to. If you're gonna fast ruins it, you don't get the full flavor. Yeah. I have some good 16-year Aberfeldy, which I believe is a nice Highlands single malt. Great flavor on that. Get meal prep boxes, but they're exclusive Danish brand, unfortunately. I don't like spending a lot of time making my meals. I think I just need to utilize my crock pot more and just make soups. Especially in the winter here. Buy carrots, onion, garlic, potatoes, chicken, some celery maybe, and just throw it in the crock pot, add some stock, you're good to go. There's Factor. I thought Factor, though, isn't outside of US. Because I was looking at Factor. I don't think they ship to Poland. But maybe I'm wrong. clicking? Okay, there we go. Yeah, they say to the states. Only states. Sadly. But I'd like to try something like this, where they've, you know, because the problem with counting calories is that for certain meals it's really hard to, it's just hard to know calories sometimes. It's really difficult, and it'd be nice if there was just somebody, if it's someplace that could be like, okay, it's got a lot of fiber, a lot of protein, and here's how many calories are in it. And I can just either heat it up in the oven or heat it up on the stove, and I'm good to go. Family use factor for over a year, it was good. I'd love to know if there was something like this in... Yeah, it's just like, okay, perfect. 600 calories, there's my fat, saturated carbs, fiber, protein, we're good to go. I don't know. I just need to go on a soup diet. I need to go on a soup diet with a lot of fiber so that my poops are good and lay off the alcohol. That's it. Because dieting is all fine and dandy, but if your poops are bad, it's not worth it, right? So you need to get the fiber, you need to make sure your poops are good. Top tips here on Microraptor Games. Did I connect that up to the right nodes? $2D. Go. Did most of my lifting, I would make a huge pot of chili with a ton of veggies, so I only ate meat and veggies. And every meal would be roughly 450 grams of food. I love chili. I love chili. It's, you know, it's a bit high in carbs, of course, because it's beans, but it's also really hearty, full of a lot of good nutrients, easy to eat. Better the second day than the first day, which is, you know, good for throwing in like a crock pot. And high in protein. Look at the beans. Yeah, but the beans are also high in protein, right? Use more peppers. That's a good point. And iron. Yeah, iron's a good point too. And it's filling. It's full of fiber, so it fills you the fuck up. What is like a good bowl of chili, con carne, nutrition? Low in fat, that's a good one too. Pretty high in sodium, but you know, that's not the worst thing in the world. No, it's got more carbs than that. I mean, it's beans, right? 100 grams? 1 cup. I feel like chili should have more carbs than 22. They're not that bad. Maybe the kidney beans aren't that bad, because I usually have like lentils. Because they're also very, very high in protein. Maybe lentils have more. I don't know. Cobalamin. The fuck is that? Oh, it's B12. I've never heard it referred to that. Referred to as that. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll look up some like chili crockpot recipe. I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna go to the store today. I'm gonna buy shit for chili. In the crockpot. That's true. That's also true. I'm gonna fart a lot and it's gonna smell good. Don't clip that. Clip it. Okay, here's the thing. If you guys, would you guys sniff other people's farts if their farts smelled like the food they ate? So not of like sulfur or poop, unless they ate poop, but like the foods they ate. Ready meals? Oh, thank you, Lazarla. That's a nice subreddit. I'm gonna save that. A mix of everything you ate, or just a few of the things? Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like to make it fair, it would have to be a mix, right? A lot of rice pudding. Okay. But the smell is only valid for the last 6 hours of things they ate. So there could be overlap, but it could also be that somebody like only ate pizza, I don't know, you know, in like the last 6 hours. So it's still dangerous. You could still get in some nasty possibilities here. Hope that helps. Yeah, thank you, Lazarla. I just need to drop like 20 pounds. Ideally in a few months, which I should be able to do. If I'm really disciplined about it, I could be down 5 to 10 pounds just by the end of November. I'm back on the Pepsi. This is Pepsi Zero though. There's no sugar in this. Oh, this is diet. But I need to cut back on the caffeine as a whole, so. $10 viewers free for me? I already have 10 viewers though, so I don't need more. I don't want 20 viewers. Too much sweetener is bad for me. How though? I thought that the levels of sweetener you would have to ingest would be ridiculous for them to have a serious side effect. What if I use stevia to sweeten my drinks instead of aspartame? Because there's absolutely aspartame in here, but I can get drink packs like this which use stevia. Yeah, because these use steviol glycosides, stevia extracts. If you drink 1,500 liters of Pepsi Max, you have an increased risk of cancer. Daily? I mean, I'm living in Poland. You've ever seen the, I'm living in Poland, okay, so here's Poland, right? Let's just say that my risk of cancer, I'm kind of already fucked. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Silesia is about here. You can't drink 1,500 liters anyway. Oh, it's around the number per day. Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Runty Robot, was that the amount you'd have to drink per day, you would actually die of drowning before you would die of any sort of poisoning from it. Oh, Chernobyl. Oops. Did we do that? By we, I mean the USSR. The thing about stevia is that it's a sugar alcohol and it has a slight laxative effect. Okay, but if I combine the laxative effect of stevia with just binging on chili, I think the fiber intake would be higher than the stevia laxative effect, and so my poops would still be good. Yeah, poops would be okay, farts would be off the charts, but I fart all the time anyway, so that's nothing new for me, because I drink a lot of wine. So, you know, all the sulfides in that mixed with, I think the tannins also make you fart. So, you know, it balances out, but because I think there's less sulfur in the beans, I trade the amount of farts stays the same. The quality of farts increases because they're not as sulfuric, and poops would. I trade quality poops because right now I dehydrate myself because of the amount of alcohol I drink, so I'm usually slightly dehydrated at all times. But now I'd be trading that for fiber. So yeah, I think this would be good. I always eat psyllium husks. I also like to eat sunflower seeds, and those are really high in fiber too. Like with the shell on. Not as bad as eating 5 pounds bag of sugar-free gummy bears. Do you guys know Chubby Emu on YouTube? You guys ever watch that? Chubby Emu. I feel like that would be one of these videos. A man ate a 5-pound bag of sugar-free gummy bears every day. This is what happened to his stomach. By the way, these are really good. These are very interesting videos. Don't eat Tide Pods, kids. Don't do it. No. People also watch Gay Voice. What? It moved to Poland after consuming the 5 pounds of sugar-free gummy bears. His colon went back home. How many viewers did I gained viewers talking about poops and farts? What are we doing? What are we doing? Alright, let's add it to 3B. Visiting dad again. Psyllium husks are good and cheap fiber if you ever lack. I know I need to eat more bananas. Bananas, though, would offset... Bananas act as like a slight laxative, right? Or no, bananas are the opposite. Bananas have a lot of fiber. And potassium. I need it for the potassium. I think I have a slight potassium deficiency. So I need more potassium in my diet. Okay, that looks good. Let's copy over the text, the conditions, and the effects. You're wondering, I'm copying it over from the first dialogue we did. I love chewing on sunflower seeds. And I think they're sunflower seeds with shell nutrition. I love eating these things. They are quite high in fat though, let's be honest. But they're also very high in fiber. and protein. Ooh. That. They have a lot of vitamin B6 as well. What does vitamin B6 do? But they're good fats, right? Because they're mostly unsaturated fats, which should be easy for your body to break down, as far as I know. What does B6 do? That's too many big words for me. I don't know. It makes you healthy. Vitamins good. Calories still count. They do still count. But having 100 grams of seeds is quite a lot. Seeds are pretty light. Most of you guys are Europeans, right? Does it bother you the same way that it bothers me when they tell me like 100 grams of this has this nutrition? Because I don't, everything weighs differently. I don't know how to measure what 100 grams of butter. I don't fucking have a scale on me. What am I supposed to do here? I'd rather they use a form of volume measurement because it's easier for me to visualize. Like if you told me 1 cup of sunflower seeds in the shell, okay, I could visualize that. You know, like a few handfuls is gonna be 100 grams. Like 4 or 5, right? You prefer the 100 grams. I can't visualize that though. It's like, oh, cereal is 100 grams of cereal. I don't know how much that is. Europeans hate how Americans use cups for recipes. It's a better system. It's a better system for some things, okay? If you say 100 grams of milk or oil, I don't fucking know. Cups and spoons aren't the same size. No, they aren't. But you get measuring cups and, you know, a measuring spoon. There's like cup is in fact standard. Yeah, it is standard. You're right. They wonder which drinking glass they should use. Yeah, don't use a drinking glass if you're going to be measuring cups. I understand that the you think like cups and teaspoon and shit, and you think if this is just as stupid as miles and feet. But miles and feet is infinitely more stupid than measuring cups. I don't deny this. Kilometers, meters, milligrams, all this, you know, in most cases, this is vastly superior. But when measuring, I don't want to have to measure out 100 grams of absolutely different things. There's a standard of 250 grams is 1 cup. Yeah, but that doesn't work. Like 250 grams of different things. Now you can do cups and milliliters, right? Because I think 1 cup is 237 milliliters. Up to milliliter. It's 200, yeah, it's 237. So if something says about 500 milliliters, just do 2 full, you know, full to the brim cups and you're good. 100 grams of newt eyes, 40 grams of spider legs. Am I really that crazy if a recipe says 100, you know, 150 grams of this thing? I don't know what that means. I don't know how to, I don't have a tiny scale to like put it drop by drop until it says it. No, just say like 1.5 cups. Yeah, you probably, yeah, no, you know, you're right. Growing up with it makes it a bit easier. For me, growing up with measuring cups is way easier. It's easy if it says 1 cup of flour and not 125 grams of flour. It's like, I don't know how much I don't know what the fuck that is. Just cup. Done. Maybe I am crazy, I don't know. But I think Kent is right because when I look up recipes here in Poland and in Europe, they still show cups. And you can buy measuring cups in... I think cups are more used for like baking, right, or something. You buy real butter, the pack will actually often have 100-gram marker lines in the packaging. Yeah, I mean, for things like that where it's easy to... Even if it didn't have measuring lines, and it said, I don't know, 400 grams of butter, well, it's like, okay, just cut it in half and then cut that in half, right? And you have 100 grams. But there are some things that don't have that. Like flour, for instance, right? And then you have to look up, well, how much does 1 cup of flour weigh? To me, that's just frustrating. Or like, you know, how much does a half cup of oil weigh? Because for some reason they put the amount of oil in grams. Like, really? You can't even have done milliliters? Okay. Lore book. But butter isn't any less butter because of its consistency. Well, some things you can substitute butter for margarine or margarine for butter, and some things you can't. Why is American even talking about measures? Yeah, but how many footballs does this American footballs does this weigh? That's what we use. How many football fields does it take to get to the moon? I can't visualize an American football field that well. I don't know why they use that. I used to be able to visualize it better when I was in the US. Same with foot. Well, foot is kind of easy. Mile, not really. Now, after moving to Europe, I can't visualize imperial units and I can't visualize metric units. I have lost my ability to visualize any sort of measurement bigger than like a meter. Your brain is like pulling in 2 directions and it can't remember which is which. Heard football field measurement so many times. Never even see one, doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, right? Not like we see football fields too often. I know what you guys are watching on screen is really boring, by the way. It's because it is. I'm almost done. You can't copy and paste nodes in the dialogue editor, so it's kind of slow. This is riveting. I'll take your word for it. Up to now only knows Unreal units inside engine. You're actually not far off. If you said it's about the length of 10 Unreal Engine cubes, which are actually just meter by meter cubes. You know, they're square meter cubes. Lore book. It was thief, then player, then thief, right back to the player. Well, once we put this in 6, I'll be able to actually write the lore loop. Spoon nuts, goodbyes, gone. Jesus Christ. I forgot I wrote a pretty big chunk the other day. And not all days can be winners, right? Some days we do fun stuff, some days we don't. Bug fixing days are much more fun. I kind of like the bug fixing days because they often have me doing a lot of different things, and the end result is that the game is more stable. So I do like the bug fixing days. All right, let's see. Can I test this out? End result is who wants water and CC anyway. Yeah, there's also that. There's still a bug actually with the watercolor in here, and I don't know what causes it. I actually do not know why that's there. And I tried to get rid of it once, but it wouldn't go away. I'll try to get rid of it again. First I'll crash the engine, and then I'll try to get rid of it. Promise. Fluid flux crashing the engine. Oh, I would have never guessed. It's called the Bermuda Square. I could just put a rock inside of it. If I can't get rid of it, I'll just put a rock there. Make a lore around it. Alright, where is it? Where's the blue hole? Not there. It's there. That was here. Maybe it's not the coast. Maybe it's in the domain. Yeah, it is set to affect world. Not editor only, so I should be able to mess with the landscape and then rebuild. And add those rope barrier things. Use it. Oh, feeders make it an attraction. I think it's just because this is a little bit too shallow. Well, it's gone away for now. But I could have sworn that I fixed it once, and then it just appeared a couple days later. But it's possible too that I fixed it but didn't save the level, or I reverted or something. I don't know. A little worried it would crash there. Sometimes too the coastline can create gaps. Gotta make sure it doesn't do that. I think we're okay. Ignore that. Just fluid flux being fluid flux. I mean, it's crazy how the plugin that barely functions properly Just absolutely crazy. There was one issue down here too where you could get a little bit too close to the wall. So I will literally just do that. I'm gonna do that and don't take it too seriously. Yeah, it looks fine. I know a lot of these bugs don't really matter for prototype. But we're not an established studio, and I want them to see that there's a... I want to demonstrate that there is a passion here, that there's a desire for quality. And while there are some things that I don't think are that important to the prototype, I think there are other things that show that we put a lot of time into at least stabilizing the game, preventing bugs, things like that. That matters more than, is this a placeholder mesh or UI element? Yes. Never know what bug or defect. Yeah, I think like bugs or defects are definitely more important for me to fix than some assets not being final. Because that's not a lack of care, that's usually just a lack of money. Or you don't have a team member that can handle that, so it's like, well, it is what it is. Okay, but yeah, we fixed that problem too. Okay, so we can write the part in the lore loop about the book. We could also write it in lore loop about goblins, since it is kind of relevant to that. Which might be a good idea. We had a lot of lore that we were supposed to write about him and sewer goblins. And I think that maybe reading the book could open up some options about that. We had a lot of lore left to write about him. So maybe we could do that. So was there ever a time when an exile was allowed to return? Never allowed, but some have tried to return for sure. Usually we just threw stones and sewage at them until they went back down into the depths. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom real quick again, because I'm drinking caffeine, and we can write some lore about sewer goblins and shit. How does that sound? BRB. you! What? Ah! Oh. Okay, it's just you. Oh, I got scared. Also, a package that I'm waiting for hasn't shipped. Why? I love it. Hey, Buster D. No pointer for my RAM? Oh yeah, I saw that. Did you get that problem fixed yet, or is that still a bug for you? Still a bug. Didn't happen in a new project though. Did you try just making a completely new blueprint? We've had that problem a couple times. Like a blueprint seems to be corrupted. I don't know if I want to put it here though. I don't know if I want to put it here. Because I felt like this would be a little bit overkill for dialogue. We already have a lot of dialogue in the game. Like imagine if we had to pay to get this voice acted. This would be we have a lot. There's gonna some things will have to hit the cutting room floor. Did you ever visit home and ask that goblin Shu about the rake he hid? Oh, we already handled that in dialogue itself. I could change this to be about the book. I read that book you gave me. The one about stenches and spoons. Things that I already made a new input mapping and it only appears to crash as soon as I put its trigger in input mapping corded action. If I don't use corded action trigger, it won't crash regardless of whether I have the input action of the blueprint or not. Yeah, did you try just like rebuilding? I don't know how far you were into your project, but you could migrate everything to the new project, and that will keep all dependencies. Only thing you'd have to modify are like any specific project settings. Oh, that's what you did now. Weird. Yeah, weird. I don't know what. Just sounded like something became corrupted in the core files. It's just weird that it affected that. I don't know. Feel really fucked Friday. I've been there. We had that problem with our potions and a couple of other things. They get corrupted. You have no reason to know why. And the only way to fix it is just to remake it. Okay, conditions in this case would be... Hope it doesn't happen so often. Me too. Me too. Spoon has given lore book about spoons. Developer, I'm just so attracted to building in Godot. I kind of feel you with that too. I've been considering the Redo engine for some ideas that I've had. But Unreal is just... it's so much easier for me. Also more opportunities to get into the industry with Unreal. It's because the blueprints feel weird and internalized. Blueprints are just not. I mean, that's another thing. Like if I go to like the Godot or Redo engine, I just feel like it would take somebody like me a lot longer to have anything worth showing. Whereas in Unreal, 2 to 3 days, I can have a system prototyped. Rather than, oh look, I can move my character on screen. It's like, no, I can just have that built in. Download any of the, you know, existing asset packs that I have on Fab. And just kind of just start. So cool, I was thinking of building something in a in an abandoned factory. Okay. There, we have an abandoned factory. Sorting game, done. Developer is just doing the distracted boyfriend at Godot, yeah. No, I can feel that. I can feel that for sure. One of these days I have to take a look at the Electric Dreams and see how they handle PCG. It's really nice. I've heard that. I have definitely heard that. I tried it on weekend. Don't lie. You don't have a girlfriend. Stunning how fast setup it was. I'll try it then. Which engine was that? We're talking about PCG for Unreal with Electric Dreams. Unreal Electric Dreams. Did they show it off? They kind of have like a tutorial here. I guess you can kind of see it in here. Where you'll see them moving things around. And how the PCG just adapts to it. Like I think that this place is like a oh god, what's it called? A what's it called? Erosion. This is like an erosion section. And it tells the PCG to erode that area. And then it properly handles all the meshes there. So it seems really cool, but I haven't ever touched it, so I don't really know what it looks like. Have you seen this? What is this? Voxel Plugin 2 teaser. I have seen this. I don't really have strong feelings about it. Other than that, I think it looks kind of cool. It's an alternative way to build your landscapes. It looks cool. Uh, but to me, it's kind of like landscapes where it depends what you do with it. Because I think that a lot of people will buy this or use this, but you know, if you don't make an interesting game with it, then it doesn't really mean anything. That makes sense. I also worry a little bit about, well, I don't know. I'd have to play around with it. Have you seen that? No. Bad. Now, I've seen megalights. Now, this is where it's at. I really, really want to load up Cauldron Chronicles in 5.5 and just see if there's any improvements. Virtual shadow maps, gone. No longer needed. And I think there's some nanite improvements too. So we have nanite improvements, nanite skeletal meshes, and mega lights, which means all of your old lighting performance issues gone. Well, you know, a good portion of them. A storage space nightmare. Well, the thing is, if you have like if you have nanite meshes are really low data. Meshes don't require a lot of space, is what my brain was intending to say. Like this tree here has 400,000 triangles. It's 29 megabytes in size. Yeah, it's 400,000. It is actually one of the most optimized thing in my scene as well, because it's using nanite. Main character tree. No, I needed a dead tree, and this was available. But it's because nanite works so well for something like this. The biggest thing that'll take space is just textures. Textures are, if they ever find a way to optimize textures, that's really where all the sizes are, right? I mean, some bricks. Even these are pretty optimized too for what they are. Or Dreamscapes are pretty good though. AI upscaling. More shit that'll only work on 3060s and above though. There is... Yeah, actually for shader complexity, the tree is one of the most optimized things in my scene. bit of overdraw on some things. Fucking cloud cards. For quads, though. Yeah, it's just nanite works just so damn well on meshes like this. Handles clustering quite well. The things that it isn't really useful on at all is a lot of the background stuff. It doesn't really help. In fact, it's not really doing anything. For things that are really low in triangles, you're not going to get much of a benefit out of it. Just slap nanite on everything. Nanite is very good. The way that I drew it up, I had to explain it recently. Let me load up some music though. I did some digging about it. The initial cost of nanite is high, but because scalability of nanite is insane, it will eventually pay off depending on scene complexity. Low poly meshes and scenes with nanite enabled may have noticeable gain, and could actually be worse in terms of performance than with nanite disabled. Clever usage of nanite to help with culling is a useful strategy for milking out performance. All in all, you get about this with it. That the more triangles in your scene, the better nanite is. But if you don't have a lot of triangles in your scene, nanite can in some cases have a higher performance cost than not having it on at all. And I can show a good use case because I have a bit of time. I'll make a new level. Empty shit level, right? We'll press play with a stat GPU. Okay, it's about like 5. Doesn't really go over 6 in terms of total cost. There isn't any nanite base pass on here. There's a nanite readback, but nanite, you know, there's nothing that's really happening here. Ignore that, it's just because of character. I will find that dead tree. Should be somewhere. Where is it? Tree static mesh. Here it is. And I'm going to disable nanite on it. Song, this is the RuneScape official lo-fi mix. If you're curious. How you doing, Firmstool? 2, 3, 4, 5. $10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now this tree has no LODs, just be aware. Now, very clearly, this is not the most cheap scene to render, right? Getting about 40, sometimes down to 30 FPS, depends on where we're standing. Because we're rendering a lot of triangles on scene, and there's no nanite enabled. But we don't have any pop-in because we're rendering it at the base. The base mesh quality. Now this is obviously going to get significantly worse if we were to, let's say, have 500 of these in the scene. It's not going to be good, I promise you. It is bad. 12 FPS. Now let's put nanite back on the tree. $60 FPS. With actually very similar costs to having no trees in the scene at all. So the initial cost of nanite is high, but nanite scales to ridiculous levels. Keep in mind, this is a 400,000 triangle tree that we have 100 of in the scene. So we have 40 million triangles. Theoretically, let's say. What this allows developers to do is put 500. You're right. So, yeah, you're right. We do have 500 in the scene. Sorry. 500 times 400,000. So a significant number of triangles in the scene. This allows developers to put a lot of quality into small details in their environments or like their characters without having to worry about spending time optimizing LODs, making sure that you are loading and unloading levels at the right time. If it's like a city environment, they just take the base mesh, can throw it in the scene, enable nanite, and for the most part, it just works. Like the scale is wild. There used to be an old demo of the PS4 when it first came out, and they were proud to share that the PS4 could display 1 million triangles on the scene at once. We're doing what, Bless 3D? 200 million? At 60 FPS? It's just crazy how good nanite is. I don't like the people that say, oh, nanite is a performance loss. Nope, nanite can be a loss of performance, but there is absolute undeniable proof that nanite is a performance gain. It just depends on how you utilize it and how you optimize it. Because there's no way in hell that you can claim that it's a performance loss when it just clearly works. And there's even probably some overdraw that's happening here. There's not a lot of overdraw, but there is some overdraw happening in this scene, which hurts the performance of nanite. You're mostly going to get it when you're looking like straight onto things. Simple nanite scene runs worse than a simple polygon scene? Yes. Yeah, because the initial cost for nanite is high, but the scale is insane. But yeah, if you have a low poly scene and you enable nanite on something, chances are you'll probably have a larger performance cost than without it. And I might be able to demonstrate that, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think this has nanite enabled. It does not. Let's see. The thing is, I'm not the greatest at profiling, so somebody might be able to do this better than me. 5 to 5.2 in terms of total cost. I don't know what the default number of triangles on this tree is. It's like 500, right? It's got to redo the shaders. Have you given up on CC and started tree cutting simulator? No, I'm looking at nanite. You jokester. Hello, shaders. Do we want to work? I'll let it finish because it won't be accurate until the shader compilation finishes. That is a lot of shaders to compile for one tree, you're right. I don't know what it is. Do a dance until it's done. I don't want to dance. I'm dead. I want them to ship my damn Wi-Fi card. Now, theoretically, this should have a higher cost. Yes, it does. Only initially, though. Really spikes. Spikes up to 8 when moving around it. Does it do that without nanite? Kind of, but not as much. It's just there's obviously no gain at all. I think more environment interactivity over polycounts, but everyone seems to disagree. I don't disagree. I think it just means that in general fidelity doesn't really mean much. Fidelity doesn't mean much if your game is shit, right? Nanite is a great tool, it just has to be utilized properly. And in a lot of cases, people don't utilize it properly. Even we kind of overuse it a bit for a prototype. DLSS is a lot more helpful. Not beautiful games with good graphics, but it doesn't mean that that's all good games need. Yeah, I agree. And that it feels like a lot of AAA studios think that that's all a game needs. Oh, look how great it looks. But it plays like shit. Because we hired some fresh out of college systems designers that don't know what they're doing. I think a lot of AAA games are using nanite. Absolutely. Yeah, shadows are a big cost for us. Sky too. Niagara simulations. I wonder if it's because of this. How do you get the debugging screen? You can do stat GPU and stat FPS. DLSS helps a little bit. Mainly it's just that shadows are quite heavy in our game. But it's a prototype, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, lovely. Preparing shaders 1200. Wonderful. Go back. I can't go back to potato mode. You like it this way? Nice. Be a potion to render the shaders. I shouldn't have done this. My CPU already sucks. Why do I do it? Even if I change it back, it's still gonna have to compile the shaders. Whatever. Shut up, game. Shut up. Get out of here. I wonder what's simulated on the GPU so much for Niagara. I mean, it can't just be this, right? Like, it can't just be this particle field and maybe a couple of the other ones. I just don't know enough about the art things to debug them properly. Just note too that whatever FPS you see here, you get more in the build game, so. And hopefully your CPUs aren't 10 years old, like mine. You paywall the FPS? Yeah, it's $1 per FPS. I mean, it is trying to compile shaders at the same time. It's not going to be the most friendly at the moment. $60 for a 60 FPS game. I wouldn't be surprised plus 3D. You'd think if I bought something from from some place on Sunday that they would have said that they're gonna ship it today. They haven't said anything. It's even in store. Like, I could go pick this up in store. I bought a PCIe Wi-Fi card so I can stream from home a little bit more stably. How far is the store? 10 minutes by train. And then another 5 minutes of walking. I'm dying here too. I take medicine to dry out my throat. It works a bit too well. Yeah, it's really weird. What the fuck's so convenient? Yeah, I probably should have just gone and picked it up, but I thought that they would ship it. Bunch of mongs. Whatever. I tried lowering visual effects. Still preparing shaders. Oh. There's a stink bug in my office. Yeah, it's if you ever loaded in a new project. Look, I have a 6700K CPU in here right now. Okay. Look at this thing. 4 cores. 14 nanometer lithography. From Q3 2015. And I'll show you something. Let me pull up any modern i5. i5 11600 is still 30% faster. Yeah, it is an old ass CPU. Now the new one I've ordered is about that faster. About that much faster. Now, if the Core Ultra 9 285K can't handle Unreal, I don't know what can. Still running a Ryzen 5 36. Let's see how that compares. It's still faster. So you think you're old? It's still worse. And that's what I'm using to develop my open world game on, so yeah. Maybe you guys can go a little bit easy on me, right? Alright, let's write this lore. Do I want to write it today, or do I want to take the time to write it not after streaming for 6 hours? And we can just do it tomorrow. We can spend all the time we need to write the lore, and I won't feel rushed. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. And we can use the time left to watch some Tim Kaine or something. Alright, I'll end the YouTube stream there. Oh, I can't because my stream deck is fucking up. Not. Okay. I unplugged it and replugged it.